Hello. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Look, I'm in the kitchen again. 2 weeks in a row. So, here's the deal. I wasn't planning on doing a cooking stream today. That was never my intention. I was going to do a gaming stream. We were going to finish off a couple of games that I've been playing recently. However, last week, a coworker asked me to make something to bring into work. And I initially was going to make, they were initially asking for a cheesecake, and then they changed their mind and said they wanted a carrot cake. And I thought, I don't think I've ever made a carrot cake, so I'm going to make one. And I thought we could make one together for stream, for me to take to work tomorrow as a casual thing. You can, oh, my buttons have come undone. You can tell it's casual because I'm not wearing my apron. That's like the code, the secret code. But I am wearing this new dungarees thing that I got from the vintage sale that I went to, and this also came from the vintage sale, and I thought this was festive enough but not in your face with Christmas. And I am very cold, but I'm aware that I'm going to have the oven on for a few hours, so I'm going to warm up pretty fast. I have a cold coffee in the fridge, but I'm very tempted to make myself like a hot cup of something, tea, coffee, something nice. But yeah, hello. Welcome in. Today we're going to be making the carrot cake, but we're also making dinner. If I do this, you can see exactly what we're making. We're making, what's it called? Apple cider chicken with butternut squash. The recipe for the carrot cake is from this. This is the Baking Bible. This is a book I've had for God knows how many years. Oh, why is my music not playing? Hold on. Let me fix that and then I'll get back to you. Oh, that was just one song. I thought that was a playlist. Whoops. No, we don't. That's not. I don't want anything with words. What's that? That sounds good. Okay. So, I've had this book for God knows how long. It's got, like, basic everything that you could want. And I thought I'd rather do that than find a random recipe online that's maybe not as trusted. But we are going to be making it nut-free. I know that sometimes... Sorry, the brace is making me get all spitty. Sometimes they have, like, walnuts in them and things, but we're going to have a nut-free cake because I want Joe to be able to enjoy it. And then we're going to make dinner. But I need to prep. I need to get everything out of my bag. I left it all, aside from the chicken, which obviously I took out to put in the fridge. Everything else is still in the bags that I bought it from. Bought it in. I had an appointment today, this morning, that I almost completely forgot about. Like, I was just kind of like, do I go to the shops? Which shop should I go to? Just kind of casually, like, having my breakfast, just taking my time, you know. Do I want to do a cooking stream today? Do I not? I hadn't decided. Like, as of this morning, I still didn't know what I wanted to do. And then my mum sent me a text and was like, I hope your appointment goes well today. And I was like, what? Oh my God. Because there was I had an appointment that she got sent a reminder for. Luckily, I didn't miss it. It was still an hour away, but that did obviously move things a bit. And because I hadn't already gone to the shops, I had to go afterwards, and that's why everything's a bit delayed. I see the pin, but what are we making today? Ha. Yeah, so I've got a bunch of stuff. Ooh.
Today I made homemade pasta, bacon, and a very nice hot curry.
Ooh. How did I know it was you, Danny, when I heard those bits come through? How are you doing? That sounds lovely. So I also got a couple of things that I was missing. So there's no corn flour in this recipe. That's just because I don't have any corn flour. I'm just gonna get everything out. Oh, there's garlic skin all over the inside of my bag. Ugh. Don't want that. You made chicken masala last night for dinner. Oh, lovely. Yeah, everybody tell me what you made for dinner. Give me details. I also needed more plain flour, but we are going to also use that for this recipe. Big squash. Look at the size of this thing. That's a butternut squash. So for the carrot cake, I need 250 grams of grated carrot. Or rather, carrot, and then it tells you to grate it, so...
Last night I ordered pizza as I was too lazy to get out of bed.
I feel that. I've been there. And 250 grams is apparently this carrot. That is enough for the whole cake, apparently. This very chunky carrot. Look how big it is. Now cider chicken looks interesting. Here how it is. I'm excited because every time I have chicken in the fridge, I just want to make the same recipe that I always make. So I want to have like other things I can make. I do obviously have a repertoire, but I've just been stuck on the same chicken recipe for like weeks. We've got potatoes because I want to make mash with dinner, and I've got a single cooking apple, and hopefully that's okay because we are cooking it. But it didn't have any non-cooking apples loose, and I didn't want to go and buy a whole pack to use one apple. We do have this red apple, but that's Joe's. He told me to leave that for him so he could have it for lunch. So I'm not eating it, and I'm not using it either. Go over there. There we go. I have banished the bag. That's a chunky carrot, and we made Greek souvlaki. I've definitely heard of souvlaki, but I can never remember what it is. I think you might have told me before. So quickly, has everybody got some water? Has everybody got some water to drink? Caffeinated beverage is also allowed, but not instead of water. You need to have both. And terrible. And I'm going to make myself a hot cup of something. Have I decided what yet? No, I have not. But I need something warm. I was wearing a jumper, but it's just awkward because if I have to take off the jumper halfway through the stream, I've got to like take off my microphone and take off like... I basically have to get changed. I can't just be like, woo, take it off. Also, please keep an eye on my buttons. They seem to not be very good, and they kind of try to open all the time. I had to replace these two. I bought this and it was missing 2 buttons, so I've replaced them. The kebabs with salad eaten inside a pita or flatbread. Lovely. Mwah, sounds lovely. What do I want to have? You know what? I'm going to stick with the cozy vibes. And I'm going to have... Is this the caffeine-free one? I don't really want it to be caffeine-free. I mean, it doesn't say, but it doesn't have anything that... I don't know. Got a couple of fancy teas. I'm going to have one of them. Helps reduce tiredness and fatigue. I'm going to have this one. Oh. It's the last tea bag! No! I really like this one as well. I don't usually drink tea. That's why it takes me a really long time to go through them. I don't drink it very often, but sometimes you just need something warm, you know? I have this, but I want to have something warm first. First things we're gonna do, now that kind of admin-y job is out of the way, the admin-y job of making myself a cup of tea. Well, the first thing I need to do is find my mug. Where's my party ring mug? Is it in here? It is. Of course it is. The one mug I want to drink from. And it's the one that's in the dishwasher. I also can't hear the music, like, at all. So apologies if it stops. I'll try and keep on top of it, but it's hard to hear with other stuff going on. Yes, so the first matter of business is we need to start the carrots. So start the carrot cake, because it takes half an hour to 40 minutes to cook. But I'm going to say this now. We're having a very casual day today. We're taking things slowly, because I don't have anything in the evening. I don't have D&D. I'm not working at 7 in the morning like I thought I was. That's next week. So I don't start until like 12 tomorrow. So I can take as long as I want tonight, as long as I'm done by 9:30. I think it's 9:30. Actually, it might be 9 o'clock, which is when Joe finishes work. So as long as I'm done in 6.5 hours from now, I can take as long as I want. I'm gonna let that steep for a bit. Here you go. You want some? You wanna have a taste? It's too hot. You can't drink it right now. Don't be silly. But I'll put it there. Pabsy, I'm glad you're here. Right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna read through the recipe again. And we're gonna make sure we have stuff ready. I only have one cake pan, so I'm thinking I'm gonna make a short, like a small cake, or I might make this into a loaf cake instead. Oh, Pabsy, thank you. I really like this outfit. What you can't see there with the shirt is it kind of flares out a little bit. It's got like little frills, but I actually really like it like in as part of this ensemble. I look like I'm gonna go work on a farm or maybe cook you some bread. Oh no, I forgot to turn off the charity timer. I knew there was something I forgot to do. Hold on, let me fix that. I'm so professional. And then we could turn back on that one. Cool, there we go. Cake is basically sweetbread. Yeah, I've got like a little loaf tin, or I've got like a normal size cake tin, but I've only got the one, and it wants me to make 2 layers, and I can't do that because I only got 1 tin. Carrot is my favorite, but no cream cheese frosting. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of cream cheese frosting, but I'm gonna make it anyway because I have cream cheese, so we're gonna make it with the cream cheese frosting. But yeah, I don't feel like it's my favorite, but I'm gonna have. It's also not for me anyway. I'm making it for somebody at work because they asked me to, and they said they'd pay me. So they said they'd buy they'd pay for the ingredients if I made it. So no harm, no foul, as long as it's not disgusting. So it's this one here. This guy, this carrot cake. So it requires 250 milliliters of sunflower oil, which we've got. Little slow dance.
Who is in the kitchen with Dina? Who is in the kitchen? Oh, 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 oh. Hero. Get that cake, Panda.
Panda. Who's in the kitchen with Dinah? It's Dinah, isn't it? Dinah. Who's in the kitchen? I know. Oh, oh, oh. Hello, Luco. Thank you so much for 66 months. That's so long. Oh my god. I'm gonna need to put some cold water in this before I drink it, but it's just so warm. I just want to touch it. So cozy. Whoa. That is an overfilled mug. This is dangerous. Let's just pop it over here so it doesn't spill on the book. But hi, yes. Get that cake. So, we need sunflower oil. This was the thing. I didn't check the cupboard for what sugars I had. I'm gonna just have to wing it if we don't have the right sugar. But I have got light brown sugar, and that's what I was looking for. I think I also need some dark brown sugar as well, and I need icing sugar. And I'm pretty sure I have an abundance of icing sugar. Is that a mug of soup? No, it is a mug of tea. A berry tea that's supposed to make me feel less tired. Because, boy howdy, do I feel sleepy today. Oh my goodness. Oh, is that? Oh, that's preserving sugar. That's for jam. That's why I don't use that. Like, why do I have a big bag of untouched sugar at the back? Yeah. So, I'm really tired today. It is going to be a very sleepy day today, as a warning. I would like, tell me if I'm too loud. My microphone is too loud because I watched back the last week's VOD. I got my iron. I haven't taken my iron today. Okay, I'm gonna get my iron. I'll be back in a second. Bye bye. See, perhaps he knows me too well. I'm just like, are you tired? Have you taken your iron? Did you forget your iron again? Yes, the answer is usually yes, I did. I want a tiny glass. That may help the sleep. It won't help it immediately, but it'll help me tomorrow, at least. Yeah, I've been feeling a bit rough, and I think maybe I haven't been taking my iron as much as I I'm supposed to, and I forgot. And by supposed to, I mean by my own design, because no doctors have told me to take it. It's a tiny little glass. It's from a brewing festival from 2014. I'm not sure why we have. I'm sure it's this sort. Joe has a story behind it, but I'm not really sure why we have it. Okay. So, anyway, now that I've started getting out the ingredients, we need eggs, flour. I need 3 for the recipe, and I didn't count. We have 4, baby! We've got 1 egg extra, which is probably going to be needed, because I'm probably going to drop one. Yeah, and I've got some cream cheese and some butter for the frosting, the icing, as we call it in the UK. Let's see, what else did we need? Salt and ground mixed spice. Ground nutmeg and ground cinnamon, which I have all of, and carrots. 250 grams of carrots, peeled and coarsely grated, which we're going to do first. I'm just trying to think, do I want to turn the oven on now? Because obviously it's going to take me longer because I'm talking to you guys. But I also want to warm up the whole kitchen, so yes. We're going to turn on the oven now. Or should we turn it on? No, I'm going to turn it on when I finish grating the carrots. That's when I'll do it. So we'll do that now. First, Langeva. Iron taken. Good. Just checking my buttons again. So, yeah, I said earlier, I'm standing on my tippy toes. These 2 buttons were missing. It's right like where my stomach is, so they kind of were going whoop. It looked really not very great. But I've added the closest buttons I had in my collection, which are gold, but they're not the same style as these. And I love these. And I might put some patches on them. I don't know. I might put some patches on this. Customize it. Anyway. Start cooking. That sounds like a great idea. Let's get cooking. Right. First thing I'm gonna need is my peeler. Oh, so who's in chat? Hello! Hello! How are you doing? How you doing? I've got your name is down as Blissful Goblin X Dotty, so I know who you are. How are you doing? Button collection. Yeah, I've got like in my sewing kit. I've got a whole, well, I only had a few, and then I got my grandmother's collection when we went to clear out the house. I got all the buttons, and it's like a whole box like this big, and it's just full of buttons, and it's wonderful. Anything you need to replace a button on, boom, you got it. It's in the button box, but not like a button box, like an instrument, different thing. It's still too hot to drink. I want to drink you, but you're too hot. Right. Let us begin. That's for the peelings. I'm doing well. It's super chilly here today, and yet I've decided to sit outside on the deck to drink my coffee. Well, the coffee will warm you internally. I've kept a carrot. I got this carrot, which is almost exactly how much I need for the whole cake, apparently. And I got an extra because I thought if I get an extra, I could try and do something with this one for the topping because I'm not going to use nuts on it. So I need something for the topping. So have a little think about that. Think about what I mean. Also, Snowman knows. But think about what we could use that for. I am so cold. I'm doing a cold dance. Yep. So this camera is unfortunately a slave to the auto exposure gods, because if I turn auto exposure off, it gets all weird. So candy the carrot. Oh, I could do shavings on the top. I'm not going to do these peelings, but I could do Carrot shaving. Yeah, I was thinking candied carrot. Is candied carrot nice? I don't think I've ever had it. And I don't want to, like, spend ages candying it if it's going to be rubbish. What if you baked it in thin strips, makes it like carrot chips? You get that crispy that nuts give. That sounds. What I'm doing this. That sounds good. So should we do like candied or baked carrots, like carrot chips, crisps, as we would call them here? What do we think? Keep thinking, because we've got options. We've got options, folks. I don't really want to get a chopping board out for a single carrot. I'm just gonna chop it in the air. Nope, that's the wrong knife. Don't do this at home, folks. I do know what you're trying to say, yeah. I don't want to do this too fast because I don't want to slip and hurt myself, but I was going to go like... That wasn't a bad shot, actually. Trying to get as little of the top off because I want to have as much carrot as possible. Candy sounds nice because it's carrot cake. It's healthy. I mean, we could do both and see how they turn out. We only have one carrot to use, but I probably don't need much. Right, I'm gonna put these over here because I'm not gonna use. I'm gonna need them again for dinner. So I don't want to put them. Oh, I should have emptied the dishwasher. I'm a fool. I'm a fool. Right, let's get to grating. And then when we finish grating, we will turn on the oven, and then we'll get started with the rest of the cake. And the whole point of this is we're gonna make the cake, put it in the oven, and while it's in the oven, we'll do everything else. Because it doesn't matter if I finish it doesn't matter if I finish the chicken thing. I'd like to finish it, but it doesn't matter if I finish it because I can do that afterwards because it's my dinner. But I want to get it finished. Also, this one's such a casual stream, I'm probably not going to put this on YouTube, whereas I'm going to put last week's one on YouTube. This is so riveting. See, I put on some ambient music on Spotify for us to listen to, but I'm not really, like, loving it. So, let's put on some classical music, shall we? There we go. Dramatic. I need to do more themed streams so that I have, like, I can put on music that fits the theme. The topping to the cake, you don't need much. True. Well, I could do half and half then. You're doing great. Oh, thanks, Sick Inside. The positive affirmation that I needed today. So I actually saw last night, after I kind of was 50-50 on whether I was going to do a cooking stream today, before my appointment. Oh my god, just threw carrot. And I saw a recipe last night for an apple cake, but basically the recipe said it's basically exactly like a carrot cake, but you use apple. And then obviously there's like some differences in temperature and things because apple and carrots are not the same texturally. But it looks really good. Oh my god, I'm literally throwing this bit of carrot hit my washing machine. I am making a mess. I need to be a bit more... I need to be more casual. I need to be more chill with this grater. Go slowly. It's probably getting too full, that's probably why. Oh, no, it's fine. I'm glad that you can't hear this because it would really be grating on your nerves. Oh, so funny. party hard. Hello, Miss Bell. Glad you enjoyed the pun. More where that came from. I've also got to cut up some butternut squash. But I'm going to do that once the cake's in the oven. The cake's the first important thing. We've got plenty of time. Glad to see a carrot cake stones in the nuts. Yeah, I mean, the only nuts in this one were for the topping, but I'm still not going to use them because I want Joe to be able to eat it. We may see a trend of my co-workers defining what I make on stream. By the way, this is a request. Not to stream it, but my coworker was like, could you make one and bring it in? I was like, you know what? I've never made a carrot cake. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try my best. I just hope it's not terrible. And I work on a Friday, so it makes sense for me to do it on a Thursday stream. Just throwing carrot everywhere. That's fun, at least less work for you to decide what to make. True. That's always been one of the things that's really stressed me out about cooking streams. It's like, even if I have like a list of things I want to make, or I have requests to work through, I still get really stressed about picking something. Like when I was gonna make this, when I decided to make the cake, I was like, well, I need to make something else because I'm gonna have all this time while the cake's cooking. And Joe suggested something, and I was like, yeah, that makes total sense. Maybe I should do that. But my brain was like, no, you don't want to do that. And it wouldn't let me just decide something. Things have been made very frustrating. Ooh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope I can chill you out a little bit on your break. It's very chill music. Oh no, really? That's terrible. When you say the usual subjects, are you talking about staff members or are you talking about, like, customers? Because you're really not making me want to come in tomorrow, I'm not gonna lie. This sad music. Sad violin. Playing just for you. Colleagues, oof. Sorry to hear it. I think I might know who you mean, yeah. But yeah, like I said, Joe's not home until late tonight, so we can take our sweet time. So close to being done with this carrot, but like no room. This thing is filling up fast, and I don't want to get another thing dirty. I remember working in some restaurants in my youth and people going to the deep freeze to cry and scream. Yeah, I've heard about that. I used to work in a fast food place. I only worked there for like 6 months, so there were times where I felt like I wanted to go and scream, but I don't think I actually ever did. But it was also in a small town, so it wasn't too bad. Even when it was busy, it wasn't, like, crazy. Oh, just they sometimes watch the VODs I'm purposely being late, yeah. Hello, manager. I doubt you're gonna watch this, but hi. We're not talking about you, I just remembered that you watch the VOD sometimes. That would be freaky. And he was actually watching just that one bit. Right. Okay, grated carrot, very messy, but all good to go for putting it in the cake. Let's put that over there. Look at the mess it's made. Look at all of this. Look at all of this mess and nonsense. Hope I actually do get paid for this. Coworker said that they would pay me for the ingredients. I'm not gonna get paid for my time, which is another reason that I thought it would be better to make it on stream, because then, like, you know, content. but they're at least gonna pay me for the ingredients. Can't actually remember how the conversation went. They might have offered to pay me for my time. They said they'd pay me, full stop. But then again, they aren't known for being very punctual. Right, let me get the oven on. Oh, that's dramatic music. 180 degrees. Wow. Hopefully that'll now warm up the kitchen a little bit. Don't let the bad day today put you off for tomorrow. Oh, well, I mean, it's not going to change. I'm still going to be unhappy about being in tomorrow, but I get what you mean. That, speaking of bad days, is another reason that I was not sure about streaming today, was because I felt like yesterday I just felt so angry by the end of the stream, and I feel like it was a good time because this carrot on my laptop, oh my god, like you guys were there, we were having a good time, we were like chatting and memeing, but I was getting really increasingly angry at the game, and I feel like in general I just felt like I had a really bad day. So interviewed for my current job 9 months ago. I told my new manager I streamed, so don't give him or my team my name on here. I think they just found me on the TikTok. Oh my god. My hand is literally like tingling because it's so cold and it's touching this hot. Yum. Hope this tea helps a bit. I just want to warm up rather than actually like have caffeine. So, now that we've grated the carrots and the oven is on, let's get on with the rest of the recipe. Game is stupid, but I kind of want to go beat it just as a FU game. I know, I think I kind of want to... Maybe I want to try and just get the actual game, like a physical copy, because that way I can, I know it won't crash, like, the software. It might crash my PlayStation, but at least it won't, like, keep bugging out like that. Sorry, don't mind me. I'm making loads of noise over here. Oh, I could have put it in my... I just remembered I had this thing. That would have made grating the carrot easier. This is the grater. I mean, it maybe wouldn't have, because I would have had to, like, chop it really small, but it would have been less awkward. Less like headaches, hopefully. That's we can live in hope, can't we? But I don't know if I'll go back to that one. I'm just getting my recipe book stand ready, so I can put the book up. Okay, so first step, preheat the oven. Second step, whisk the oil and the sugar together to combine them, whisking the eggs one at a time. We're supposed to use an electric whisk, but it doesn't seem like we actually need to. That's just more to make it quicker. It's not like whipping egg whites where if you don't use an electric whisk, you're going to be there for years. I'm just going to use a manual whisk. So what's everyone having for dinner tonight? I know about Danny. Danny apparently made a curry and a pasta bake. So Danny's fine. So this book, by the way, has got, like, loads of basic cakes and then also less basic things. But it's just really useful if I'm like, I need to make a vanilla sponge, instead of going on the internet and finding a million different versions of a vanilla sponge. And any of which could be terrible. I have to have dinner tonight too? You need to have something, friend. You don't have to have, like, anything crazy or fancy. Just something is fine. I think it's a b-bowl kind of day. I think it's time for the b-bowl. Oh. We may have a slight problem. This is my cake tin. It is missing a very vital component. You may notice. It doesn't have a bottom. It's just a ring at this point, which means the bottom of this pan is somewhere in this cupboard. Put that baby to work. Nice. Right, let's... It's probably fine. It's probably in here, but it's just... it's kind of a bit of a it's a bit of a mess, this cupboard. It's hard to see things. It's also very dark, so it's hard to quickly grab what I need unless it's right in the front. Ah, found it. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. I found the base. It wasn't that hard to find. And now I'm just getting out my B-bowl. I need better, like, cooking stream playlists. I have stream playlists for when I'm gaming. I haven't, like, made playlists for... Sorry, the lighting's gonna go funny. Oh, it didn't actually go that bad. We're good. Don't forget to wash the pan now, since it was on you. What are you trying to say about my head? Trying to say it's not clean? That's not very nice. Frozen pizza, I think. So we were going to do 2 nights of souvlaki, but it turned out there wasn't as much as pork on the joint as we thought there was. Ah, okay. Well, it's good to have backups, you know? I always try and have something frozen. There's not really room for frozen pizza in our freezer, though. Like, there's not really enough width. Bloop, bloop, bloop. I'm gonna wash this too, because I don't trust it hasn't gotten dusty. I haven't used it in a very long time. I haven't made any cakes in a long time. Tell me that you used to be a professional baker without telling me. It was a perfect bloop, wasn't it? It sounded very good. There is a plate in the sink at the moment because I made myself a peanut butter on toast for breakfast once Joe had left. So it's in the sink so it doesn't contaminate anything else with peanut butter. I don't normally do that, by the way. This is like the first time I've had peanut butter in like a year at home. So. Oh, so warm. Warm up my tiny frozen hands. Look how red my hands are. My water isn't running hot yet. PB&J sounds like a good lunch. Go get that. That sounds great. Remember that fun before we moved, the tiny freezer that is. Since we got our own place, we got an additional chest freezer. That's what I want. I want a chest freezer. What my mum does, right, is she always buys like a big pack of meat and then she'll portion it up for like 2 people or 1 person and then put it in like bags or like boxes. And I want to do that. Oh, there's a mask in my pocket. Because it's just so easy for her to be like, oh, I need some chicken. I already have some in the freezer, bye, and it's cheaper. But we don't have the space. We don't have the space to do that. But that's why I want like another freezer, because I would do that all the time. And I'd always have enough food. Okay. I'm going to move this as much as I can. So, oil and muscovado sugar. So I need 250 milliliters of sunflower oil. I've got vegetable oil and sunflower oil. Should I mix them? What do you think? I've got like this much vegetable oil left. And a whole thing of sunflower oil. I think I could probably mix them. I used to do that. Buy big portions, separate them, vac seal the bag. Sometimes I would even pre-season or marinate it. Exactly! They would give us so many options. What we've done recently is we've prepped all the chicken, so like got rid of all the tendons and stuff, and then separated it. But we couldn't freeze it. It was just in the fridge. Where I live now, I have a smaller fridge and freezer. I also need a chest freezer. Let's just get a community chest freezer. I don't know how that would work, considering you presumably live absolutely nowhere near me. That's my hour almost up. I guess I have to head back down. Oh no. Well, I hope the rest of your shift goes easier than the beginning. And if you're in tomorrow, I will see you tomorrow. That's fine. We'll just put the chest freezer in the middle of the ocean, and that way we can both, like, get to it. It's fine. Fine. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna mix both of them. Ooh, wow. Like hunting. It's pretty cool. Bee. Don't worry, I haven't put a squashed bee in the bowl. It's part of the bowl design. Right. Set this to milliliters. That was 47. Hold on, see if it goes any higher. 48 milliliters of oil. Wow, you cannot see a thing. Hopefully you can see some detail. Come on. Oh, made it really tricky to open that. I can see the oil. Alright, I'll see you next week. Oh, I guess you're saying it's sick inside rather than me, because you'll see me sooner. It's gonna be a big cake. Maybe I should halve this. I'm not halfway there yet, so I can stop. I mean, I've already grated all the carrot. It seems a bit silly to halve it now. But I also only have one cake pan. Nah, I'll just go for the whole thing. Also, the halving the eggs would be a bit annoying, so... I probably should have done the sugar first, now I'm thinking about it. Okay, there we go. It's quite a lot of the bottle gone, but that's okay. Right. Sugar. I need 225 grams of muscovado sugar. I think I've got like a really big pan, cake pan that I bought before. Like, I didn't have a frame of reference for it, so I was just like, oh, it's a cake pan. And then once I got home, I went, oh, this is massive, because it's like, it's bigger than the top of this bowl. And so I used it like twice, I think, because it's just too awkward to bake in because it's so large, unless you're baking like a huge, like the base of a tiered cake or something. I don't mind if I use all this up, because I could do with replenishing some of my stockage for my baking cupboard anyway. That's what we need, apparently. I guess that's instead of the butter, but we're using butter in the topping, so I'm not sure why we're not putting butter in this. Okay. I keep panicking and thinking there's something in there, but it's just the bee poking through at the bottom. Sugar. Hello, Hoju. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's combined. I'm gonna say that is, I'm happy with the combinage of that. Let's get some oofs. Some oofs. 3 little oofs for us. Oh, they're rolling around. Right. I'm not making this for the bakery, so I'm not going to be as like specific as I used to be about this kind of thing, where I'm like being like, oh, I gotta break it into a separate cup and then break it into there. If I get a bit of eggshell in it, I can fish it out. It's not gonna kill anyone. It's fine. Pour some sugar on me and then make some cake. My baking playlist. That's why I'm not loopy post night shift. I don't believe you, but I don't blame you either, so you're okay. Oh, I didn't put another bag in the food recycling tub. That's annoying. Okay. Let me just put this eggshell here. And no, you can't wipe your hands on your apron if you're not wearing your apron. That's a fact. And I'm not wearing my apron because it's a casual winter vibes cake stream. We're not doing a big fancy production with a really fancy recipe. I mean, I guess the chicken's kind of fancy. But it's just my dinner. I just need something for dinner. That's why I'm making it. Put some sugar on me in the name of love. Put some... It's in my head now. Thank you very much. I'll put that on for our... if I need to tidy up the kitchen and we need to have a dance party, I'll put that on for it, shall I? Right. Eggshell? Bloop. That also made a really good bloop noise. Kitchen dance party. Yeah, I used to do this thing. Actually, no. So I always say, like, I've tried to use non-copyright music this whole time. But I used to do this thing where when I needed to tidy the kitchen, I'd turn off my microphone and I would put on, like, an actual song rather than copyright-free music. And, like, we wouldn't have a dance party, but we'd, like, play the music. And then obviously I stopped doing that because copyright. But now I have it set up so the music doesn't save to the video. I can do it again. Dance party, yeah. I'm more of a, whoa, we're halfway there. Ooh, look at the texture of this. Ooh, it's gone really, it's like it's set. Look at it, it's like, bloop. It's like caramel and jelly. The color of it, it's not actually caramel. It's just sugar. But it's so thick, like I can move it like a slime. Ooh, and that's only 2 of the eggs. I gotta do another one now. Oh, I got so much egg on the counter there. Put some sugar on me in the name of love. You do have a sickness for the thickness. Do you get down with the thickness? I keep standing on my tippy toes. I don't need to do that. Keep being like, ooh, I'm so tall. There is an ad break, sorry, in about 4 minutes. I'm not gonna pause. So apologies if you missed some stuff. There we go, I got 3 eggs now. But now we have to sift in the dry ingredients. So... so we're supposed to fold them in. So if I want to... I'm going to mix in the spices first, and the salt, and then we'll only fold in the flour, because then that means there's less stuff to work through. So I think it said I needed mixed spice, cinnamon, and nutmeg. Yeah, it did. Okay. So I lied. It's not entirely nut-free. Oh, because it's got nutmegs in it. It's a joke. It's not actually... I do have mixed spice, don't I? I do, it's right there. It's literally right in front of me. I was pointing at it when I said that. A large pinch of salt. Hello. Hello, Beer Not Babies. How are you doing? I hope you're happy. I'm just put the whole thing in. Why not? How are you doing? I saw your tweet that you're maybe thinking of coming back soon. I need my spoons. Clean my spoons. But yeah, we're making carrot cake today. Hello, welcome in. Is that the bruise over bruise babies? Oh no. Bruise over babies. How are you? Yeah, once I'm on the proper visa. The UK government. Oh, I didn't realize that you weren't physically here. I clearly haven't been keeping up with the situation. Or do you mean... No, wait, you mean back on Twitch, not back in the country. Ah. Alright, good. I understand now. I got myself confused. Trying to think of a moon over my Hammy's Denny's joke, but I have nothing. Are you okay, Hoju? Are you alright? I feel like the answer is no, but I still feel like I need to ask. It's like my duty. Okay. Have a teaspoon of... I actually have, like, whole nutmegs I could grind myself, but I'm just gonna use pre-ground, because no one's gonna notice enough when it's mixed in. Like, if it was on the top, then yes. But mixed in, no one's gonna care. Have a tisp of nutmeg. They won't let me work on the fiancé visa. Gotta be the spouse. I'm really tired. It was only my 3rd night shift in 4 days. Gross. Yeah, I have a friend who works nights, but not all the time. So they'll get like a week of nights and then like 2-3 days off and then a week of days. And they're just like, if I could just have one or the other, I would be happy, even if it was nights. They're like, even if I had to work night shift all the time, I could at least work around that. Right, spices are in. And put them away. We're going to keep things neat because we're respectful in this house. As the guy on TikTok says. 12 hours. Oof. Ooh, that's a spicy meatball. And then we're going to put the flour in. And... no time to hit the showers. Okay, bye! Okay, bye! Bye, Honju! Get some rest, please. Look how, like, caramelly this looks. It's just because I use brown sugar. That's all. Okay, bye! Okay, bye! I don't actually have a metal spoon to... oh, I can't put it in the sink! Because there's peanut butter in the sink. I've got to find a spot for my whisk. I'm going to put it in this mug. In the mug with you. Right. I'm changing the music again. I'm really picky about my music today. Okay. This is a playlist called Movie Soundtracks. I do not know what's going to be on it, as a warning. Yes, we're going to use plain flour, and I'm just going to add baking powder. I think I probably have, like, a bag of self-raising flour somewhere in this cupboard. Whether it's still in date is another question, so we're just going to make our own self-raising flour. What day is this? Oh, that's out of date. What about you? You're in date! Hooray! I haven't baked in so long. Everything in my cupboard is out of date. Frustratingly. That's going to touch the bottom. That's frustrating. Right. So we need 225 grams of flour. That was 48. Oh, I should probably let you guys watch this because this is going to be the satisfying. So 48, remember 48, okay? Before BB dates on flour are a lie. It doesn't have weevils and mold. You're good to go. Oh yeah, I was more meaning self-raising flour. The won't rise usually if it's past the specified 48 because the stuff in it goes off. Doesn't do its job. Right, here we go. You ready? I'm going to put all of this bag in there. My flour container. The only one of these I have for any ingredients. But it just makes it easier. Thank you, Sick Inside. That I would have forgotten. Whoop. That should have dropped back down to 48 now. 50. Okay, so it's 2 over what it is actually on. Oh, that's too much. $223. Boom. And then I put the spoon back in the box. Put the lid back on the box. And we put it aside. And now it's full of flour. Got lots of flour in its little tummy. Yum, yum, yum. And then I can't remember the ratios. And I'm not going to wing it, because last time I winged it. Winged makes more sense. I ended up making the cake taste awful, because it just tasted like baking powder. So we're not going to do that this time. Add 2 teaspoons of baking powder for every 150 grams. So 2 and a bit, wung it. I don't have much brain. 2 and a little bit? 2, wait, hold on. If 150 is 2, then 1 is 75 grams. Which means 225 grams is 3. Maths, baby. Seems like quite a lot, but I listen to what the internet tells me, because the internet's never lied. Why would it lie to me? If it goes wrong, we're blaming Nigella, because that's who this bit's from. Everybody Wang Chung tonight. I actually really like Wang Chung. I've had 2 songs of theirs really vibing with recently. If you haven't listened to the lyrics of Dancehall Days, it's just completely off the wall. Three. Winged it. I kind of like wung it. It's like jamp. Jamp is actually a term, because instead of jumped, it's like jamp, you know? Ooh, look at that cloud of flour coming up. And then I just need to add the carrots and we're done. Come on, baby. You can do it. Listen. My methods may be unorthodox, but they make tasty cakes. Stop doing that. Okay, it's doing the lighting thing, so I'm just gonna I'm taking it away. You can't have nice things if you can't behave, camera. I'm taking away your bowl of flour. You can also use jumped. He jumped off the cliff to the ocean of buttercream icing. What a lovely time for him. Yes, you can use jumped. But you know, I think it's technically like Scots to say jamp, I think. Oh, we had at the pub quiz last week. We had a Scots word and none of us could think of it. And then as soon as the answer came up, I was like, "Of course!" And I was so mad at myself. But like, it was like the word for anti-clockwise. I think it's anti-clockwise. I might be wrong. Or to just kind of meander about, beginning with W. And it's Widdershins. And I knew that, but I couldn't remember it at all when I was there. So also we would have won because if they'd listened to my answer for one of the questions, because I got it right, but we didn't put that answer down, and we ended up tying with another team. And if we'd answered that one more question, then we would have got it right. Currently the bowl is just full of light magic. If you put a shadow on it, you can see what's happening. Yep, I knew it. I knew it was a Scottish thing. Listen, I'm trying to fold it, but it's just not mixing. So, do a bit of stirring too. Jamp, Scotland, single past tense and past participle. Yeah! A jamp. Jump in the river. Everybody wang chung tonight. Right, there we go. Now, we get to put in all of the carrot. The carrot, by the way, was about 260 grams. So I just did all of it. Because I need 250. Will I be asking the Scottish husbands if he's ever used jamp? I've not heard it since I've been here. It might just be specific areas that say jamp. I know up north does, and by up north I don't mean like the Highlands. I just mean further north than me. I'm gonna have to empty the dishwasher at some point because I'm gonna run out of space for everything if I just put it on the side. Currently the side of the sink is full of alcohol because that's where we're storing it right now. Learning. Well, you have to do something to entertain yourself while I'm grating carrots for like 20 minutes, you know? Has to be something to do. And apparently it's learning about words. Woo. Right. Look at that healthy, healthy cake. So orange. I should be working. I'm not going to tell anyone. You're fine. Now, here's the question, folks. Am I making it in a cake tin, or am I making it in a loaf tin, or am I doing both? Because I have enough here to make 2 layers of cake, but I only have 1 cake tin. So I can only do 1 at a time. And I don't really fancy waiting another half an hour later on to make it bake. Make it bake, girl, make it bake. Make it bake, girl, make it bake. What do you think? Team, I need answers. What do you think? Also, my phone just went off. What do you want, phone? Oh, it's okay. It was just someone on TikTok. Why do wait, my lights have gone off again. How long have they been off for? I put them on at the beginning of stream, but they seem to just be turning themselves off. What was the question? The question was, do I make it in this cake tin and the loaf tin that I have, the mini loaf tin, or do I put it in this cake tin and then wait and then take it out and then do it again? Because I've got enough to make 2 layers of cake, but I don't think I have enough to make 2, like a middle layer of icing. I don't know. Basically, what am I doing here? That's the question. What are any of us doing here? It's a bit too philosophical. Let's not go there. Hi, Aaron. How you doing? Cake pan looks thick enough to cook and then half it into 2 layers. Yeah, I think I could, but then I'm worried that the inside's not going to bake if I do it that way. Because obviously the recipe is meant for being made in 2 parts. I don't know. Plus, I'd like to bring your attention to, if I can, the size of this bowl full of cake mixture and the pan. I'm okay, how are you? I'm doing alright. I'm pretty tired. I'm pretty sleepy. Well, you couldn't layer a loaf on top of a round pan. That's true. I was thinking of perhaps having 2 separate cakes. When I put on a movie soundtracks playlist, I was kind of hoping that it wouldn't have words. Oh, movie scores, that's what I want. Okay, there we go. Right. Cake stuck in VC. Instructions unclear. Cake stuck up nose. Right, I'm gonna, oh, you can see the sewing work I did on the buttons. Ta-da! Right, I'm gonna, grease this pan. Gotta do that first, at least. I don't have any greaser paper. We have made an error, my friends. I didn't buy any greaser paper. I thought I had some. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. I could just grease the pan really well. But I don't like the idea of it not having paper, because it makes it so much easier to get out at the end. I'm just gonna have to grease it really well. We're just gonna have to hope. However, I do have a loaf tin liner. I can grease some flour in the pan. This is looking more and more like I should put it in the loaf tin. Because I have a loaf tin liner. I didn't think this would be the part that I got stuck on. Loaf tin it is. We'll see how much is left, because if we do a loaf tin, and then we end up with quite a lot left, we can try the other tin. But it shouldn't be too much of a worry if it doesn't work, because we got the loaf tin at least. Now the question is, my friends, where is my loaf tin? It should be in this cupboard, but should be does not mean it is. So where is it? Oh, okay, that was meant to be a joke, but I genuinely can't find it. Hold on. Hold on. Give me a second. Found my brownie tin. It's a very different shape. Oh my god, you joke. Wait, what? Thank god, it was right at the very back. Oh, it's like, how have I lost it? I haven't used it in months. Stop that. Stop that now. Don't be silly. You're being ridiculous. Stop falling out the cupboard. There we go. I fixed it. The cupboard is a bit higgledy-piggledy. You might have got the idea of that. It's quite difficult to get anything out. Unless you know exactly where it is, which most of the time I don't. But at least I have my tiny loaf tin. It's quite small. I think we're going to need to do both. But that way I can, like, keep one of the cakes for me, and then I can take one of the cakes to work. Reusable loaf tin liner. We just go, oop. And it folds itself like this. See? Look how neat. Isn't that lovely? Wonderful. Okay. Now, is it this book that has this? There's one of my cookbooks that I have converts things. If you're like, I'm going to convert this cake into being in a loaf tin. But I don't know if it's this one. It might not be. No, it's just telling me how to actually... Yeah, no, it's just telling me how to line it, not how to convert it. I think that must be a different book I've got. Okay. We're gonna go for less time than it says, because obviously... How do I do this without making a huge mess? it's a different shape. So I feel like I'm using the right spoon for this. I swear I know what I don't know what I'm doing. I've never made a carrot cake before. Give me credit. I can't believe I've never made a carrot cake before. Maybe I have, but I don't remember. This is a very, very thin mixture. I'm a little nervous about how thin this is. Carrot loaf. Yeah, it's still a carrot cake. It's fine. Use a ladle. Is my ladle clean? My ladle is not clean. Unless it's in the dishwasher. In that case, it will be. Because I made soup not that long ago. Huzzah! A clean ladle. Success. So wet. A ladle is the right choice, I think. Where would I be without you, Sick Inside? Actually, where would I be without you, chat? You're all so helpful. And once the cake's in there, if you push the corners, they'll stay square. Ooh, you know what? We've almost got this whole thing. This whole bowl. Ooh, that tastes good. It tastes a bit of the batter. I live a good portion of my adult life not owning a ladle. To be fair, I have this ladle because I have a set. But I do have a metal ladle on my wish list for Christmas because I was like, this is a good ladle, but I'd like a metal one. So, we only have a tiny bit left, but I think it would overfill the loaf tin. I don't really want to do that. You know what? You know what? I have a tiny little spring form pan. Tiny little cake tin. I could probably put that, what's left, in there, and then I'd have like a tiny little carrot cake as well as this loaf cake. I think that's so cute. I just gotta find it. I had it a second. Oh no! It suffers the same fate. It doesn't have a bottom. Where's the? That was gonna be a lot more difficult to find. It's only tiny. It's only this big. Look at it. It's so small. I got a nice metal one, and I use it all the time for scooping actions. They aren't just for soup. Ladles, they're not just for soup. It's like dogs aren't just for Christmas. Ladles, not just for soup. Oh, I bet you anything it's fallen, like, in the gap behind the cupboard or something, and I'm never gonna find it. Oh, it was a nice idea. But it will not work. In practicality. The woman was too stunned to speak. Oh? Oh? Oh no, that's for my little flans. I have little flan cases as well. They're like that big. But they're completely the wrong shape. Oh! You know what? I'm an idiot. I also have like cookie scoops I could have used. But I think the ladle was probably the right choice. My dear. Yeah, it's not in there. It's gone, my friends. So my idea, although fun, will not come to fruition. So hi, Luca. Oh. Ha ha ha. I thought to myself, hey, I'm just gonna get out these little flan cases so I can show you them and be like, they're cute and they could work. We could maybe use one of these. But guess what was sitting inside them? The base. Oh yeah, baby. I swear I haven't had any caffeine. Other than like, I've had one mouthful of Monster. Because I opened it. So we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna use this little dinky one. Without greasing it, because, well, we can grease it, but we don't have any lining paper for this one. Oh, give me a sec. I'm not gonna lie, this music's starting to put me to sleep a little bit. I already put the flour away. Just gonna grease it. Hope the seal on this thing is good. I'm still cold. This oven's been on for ages and I'm still cold. I think so. Once I put the cake in the oven, I will, I'll change the music over. You know what? I could put this in the sink, as long as I don't need to use it again. For those who weren't here earlier, have joined us later on in the stream. There is a plate and knife in the sink from when I... Oh no, I need it now! Oh, what did I do? Why did I do that? I'm so dumb. From when I made peanut butter toast for breakfast. And obviously, Joke on happy nuts, and he's not like super duper allergic, but he's pretty allergic. So I put the plate and the knife that I used in the sink, so he doesn't use them by mistake. But it does mean that I don't want to put anything else in the sink, because it might touch the peanut butter. Cold here too, been snowing since Monday. We don't have snow, but then again, we don't get snow very often. We do get it. It happens occasionally, but it's very unlikely, which makes me sad, because I love snow. Right. This is getting pretty freaky, guys. What's going on with the carrot cake? Why is it making the music so freaky? What's happening? I know this song. Ah, it's from Up. That makes sense. Okay. Let's... Probably best to put these both on a baking tray, so I can take them out at the same time and look at them. But I'm pretty sure this guy is not going to take as long as the other one. So... let's get that sorted. Say goodbye, chat. Say goodbye to the carrot cake. I'm putting one on for 30 minutes and one on for 15 minutes, so we can check the little one. Ooh. It's in a bit of a bad position in the oven. That's alright, doesn't really matter. Matters, but not by much. Okay. This is the main song from Up. But it's when it's upbeat, not when it gets sad later. Now, I could tidy up a bit, but I'm going to leave that for later, because now we have to do everything else. We have to make my dinner. I should say, I actually didn't show you the pictures. Oh, it didn't work. Why did that not work? Hold on. It's supposed to make the pictures come up when I press that button. Oh, I know why. There we go. Hold on, let me do it again. Nope, still didn't work. Okay, bear with me. Yeah, that should have worked. There's nothing... I'm so confused why it isn't working. Oh. Because I had it turned off. On this screen. Aha, okay. Right, sorry to spam the chat. One more time. That's what we're making. Now, we're gonna go make that. And that's what we've just made. Except not that shape. There we go. Sorry for spamming the chat. In fact, I think I can delete these. Can I delete these? There we go. I can clear the chat a bit. Okay. Done. There we go. Okay, so... where do we start? Probably with the chicken. So there's quite a few parts to this recipe, and I don't know this recipe. I'm talking like I've done it before. But there's quite a few parts to this one. I'm hoping it's not going to be... Why did you turn off again? I'm going to leave it. I can't be bothered fixing it every 10 seconds. It's clearly not wanting to stay on. But yeah, the recipe is from Ahead of Time. A blog called Ahead of Time, spelt like the herb. If you're watching this later and there's no link for you. But everyone else who's watching live, the recipe is pinned at the top of chat. So you can check it whenever you want. Basically, this is a one-pan chicken dish with cider and brown sugar and soy sauce and butternut squash. So I need to prep the butternut squash and the potatoes I'm going to have with it because I want to have mashed potatoes with it. But I don't have to make them on stream. That can just be later when I'm eating it afterwards. And the apples. But the apples are kind of like a chop them up quickly rather than spend ages because butternut squash takes for so long to cut to like prep. Hi Maru. But I've just realized that this is an American recipe and they've asked me for cider. I bought alcoholic cider. I didn't even think of that because I think Americans call there's a non-out they call cider something that's not alcoholic as well. So they have like hard cider and they have apple cider. Can I turn the music? Oh sure. Is that better? So I've bought alcoholic cider. Do you think this is going to be a problem? What would you call non-alcoholic cider? Apple juice. I don't know what else it could be. What is non-alcoholic cider? It's apple juice. Carbonated. Okay, so do you guys have the non-alcoholic stuff? Is it fizzy? Cider here is not carbonated. Not even alcoholic cider. Okay, this is going to be an interesting... That's going to be an interesting development. I may have to do something with the cider before I put it in the pan. Okay, I'm gonna look it up. What's the difference between cider and apple juice? Apple cider is fresh, unfiltered, and often unpasteurized. It's also considered a seasonal drink and can be hard to find outside the autumn months. Apple juice, on the other hand, is filtered and pasteurized, which gives it a longer shelf life. Wait, is it just not? It's just cloudy or apple juice. Is that what cider is? It's just cloudy apple juice? Oh my god, it is. It's just, we just call it cloudy apple juice here. Because it's like, not like the really filtered, clear looking one like you get as a kid. It's like nicer. I'm pretty sure it's the same thing. Well, I bought alcoholic cider. Because I didn't even think of that bit. I just thought, oh, it's apple cider. They want me to go and get alcohol. Okay, that's fine. That makes sense. I don't have any apple juice. Of either kind. Right, well, let's get started prepping the butternut squash, and we'll burn that bridge when we cross it. When we come to it, as they say. Oh, we also need to make a topping for the cake, but we don't have to do that now. We can do that later. I would say it could work. It could work. Maybe. Potentially it could work. What am I doing? I meant to put this in the fridge and I picked up the peeler. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna drink this. And neither is Joe, so I might as well use it today. It was only a couple of quid. It wasn't that bad. And this one's cold fermented for a smoother finish, apparently. It is 2.6 UK units for the whole bottle. I mean, I could just cook it down, because that would get rid of a lot of the boozy flavour. Let's try it. You're right. Let's have a taste. Let's have a tipple. I don't like apple cider, so we're gonna find out together how bad it is, because I only really drink... If I'm having a cider, I have a fruit cider. I don't like a different fruit than apple. Obviously, I know apple is a fruit. His Majesty's Royal Units. 2.6 UK units for the bottle. But the serving suggestion is half of this bottle-ish. It's not exact. And it's 4.5%. Just so you have the facts. Also, Twitch, I am 27. I am of drinking age. You can't get mad at me. Let's go. Though I think I need to have my stream as mature if I'm going to be drinking alcohol, but I'm only tasting it. I drank that really fast. I was just like, oh, yum! Tastes like cider. It's quite happily. Maybe I should just leave it out, like, open so it can get a bit more flat before we cook with it. Exactly! I'm tasting it for the flavor profile. It's fine. I'm not consuming it as an alcoholic beverage. It's just bubbly right now. Yeah, all I'm getting is bubbles. Can't taste it very well. But it does taste like cider. Woo! I think I'm gonna have to cook it down a bit. Or let it go flat. Yeah, shaking it. I don't need the whole thing. I could keep drinking. I'm not going to. And I want to actually not have a sore stomach later. I'm really cross about that. Normally that's the kind of thing I catch, but I decided to make this so last minute. I didn't, like, double check the recipe. Ugh. Gotta keep up those puns. Yes, Mare? Why are you saying my name? You normally say my name to trick me. Or to tell me off. Oh, my fringe is really getting in the way. Okay. This squash is such a funny shape. Good gourd. Right. Look how big this is. But also, I'm gonna assume the seeds are still in this end because this is the stem. But this part is bigger than this part. So, also, if you have a question about what some Americans do, feel free to ask me. I should have asked you. I suddenly thought of it while I was like, what do I need for this recipe? Going through my head, and I went, hold on. They have a different thing. Cider is different in America. I completely forgot. But I don't want to drink any more because I can already feel the bubbles getting to my stomach and they're going, what are you doing to us? For some reason, alcoholic bubbles make my stomach feel a lot worse than non-alcoholic bubbles. I mean, probably the alcohol, but it feels like it's the bubbles that are the problem. If I have a flat drink that's not bubbly, I'm fine. I'm not fine, but I'm better. Ask me anything American. Right, I only need a cup. Because I'm reducing this recipe, by the way. So I only need a cup of butternut squash. So I'm going to say that that's like that. I can always cut more. We do actually eat a lot of butternut squash, so this won't go to waste. Don't fret, my friends. This will be eaten. I made butternut squash soup just last week. Just squash it. Oop. Ooh! My wrist just made a very loud pop. You probably didn't hear it on the mic, though, because the mic's got noise reduction. Nice. Oh no, that was the end with the seeds! I was trying to avoid the seeds. Oh, butts. Oh, I did it the wrong end! Ah. Well, might as well use that side. Can't do anything about it now, I've already started chopping. Now, sometimes I like to save the seeds and, like, wash them and give them to the hamster. Or use them for tops of soup, but I'm not going to do that this time. They're just going to get composted. Seeds are later. I could actually, know what, I could do that. It's like, oh, I could do it, but most of the time I can't be bothered. But I think maybe I will because I'm on stream. You got quickly identified and wrongly cut. Come on, that's just me in a nutshell, isn't it? Like, you would be surprised if I did anything differently. I can't hold it very well because of the seeds. It also doesn't want to peel. I mean, I do have an allotment. I could plant the seeds in the allotment. Call yourself seeds. You're nothing compared to the sunflowers. Ooh. Oh, it's okay. It's not. Set my phone on silent, so I'm not getting distracted. Ooh. Eh. It'd be more fun to go plant them now in random flower beds. Then next spring see squash sprouting up. That would be funny. Knowing my luck, if I was to plant them in flower beds and then also plant them in my allotment, the ones in the flower beds would actually grow. Even though I'd probably tend to the ones in my allotment more. This is a better technique. I might need to cut some more of the squash because I'm not gonna get. I don't think I'm gonna get a full cup. I might do. I don't know how much squash. Oh, my first timer has gone off to check on the small cake. Momentary break from the chopping and the peeling to check on the cake. Because that's how long it took me to figure out the cider problem. Oh my god, they look amazing! Okay. Oh, they smell great too. However, they're both very wobbly. I think the little one could do with another 5-10 minutes. 5. I'm so annoyed about the cider thing. I'm so silly. Okay. Good. Good start. So we can save the seeds. Put them in a little bowl. Those cakes smell great. Tell you what though, since we've made them so early, it's going to give me plenty of time to let them cool before we ice them. Oh, is the playlist done? It would appear so. Right, something more upbeat. We wanted something more upbeat this time. There. Right, so I need about a cup. I think I've actually maybe got a good amount of a cup of pieces of butternut squash. I feel like... Sorry, I'm interrupting myself. They need to be a 1/4 inch-ish. And I can't visualize that at all because I don't measure things in inches in my head. Two and a half centimeters. Okay, that was bigger than I thought. That's good. Okay. Like 1, 2-ish. Isn't that big? That's quite a lot bigger than I expected, considering I'm cooking them in a cast iron, not like roasting them in the oven. But I'm gonna cut them all that big, and then if that's too big, I'll chop them down. Ow. I think it is. Well, it's Bubbly Guitar Tributes. But the song is Bubbly, yes. I think I might want to cut these smaller. even if the recipe doesn't say I should. I don't feel like they're gonna cook if I cook them too big. I don't love fire. I don't like fires. Looks like a firm mango. It does. A little bit. I see why you're thinking that. And especially from the colour. Like a very light sweet potato. Oh yeah. A little bit. It is not. It is butternut squash. See, I would have chopped them a lot smaller than that. That feels wrong. Oh, that's a little cake ready to come out, apparently. Let me move this out of the way for you, so you can see. Oh! My headphone almost fell right in the oven. That was very dangerous. Yeah. There we go. That looks still a bit raw. It's raw! Let me just check. Give me a second. Yeah, no, that's super raw. We'll leave them both in for the same amount of time. Wait, did I say it was 1/4 of an inch was 2.5 centimeters? That doesn't sound right at all. I'm not looking on a ruler. They are supposed to be teeny tiny. Right, okay. I googled what's 1/4 of an inch, and it said 2.5 centimeters. It's just over 1/2 centimeter. I don't know what that person was on. Clearly they're lying. No wonder it makes way more sense. I'm gonna cut them small. I haven't even done the chicken yet. Yeah. I thought cutting them small made more sense because they had to cook down like in a pan. And it takes a long time for things like this to cook down because they're, sturdy. I was going to cut these up beforehand, but I basically ended up having no time before. Like, I knew I was an hour late, but I was like, I'm going to start at 3. And I got to 3, and I was still just finishing setting up, and I was like, oh, I'm not going to have time to do anything in advance. So, I'm going to pace myself, because I can feel how exhausted I am, just in general. In fact, I might actually sit down for this bit. Hello. Now you can look at my knees. Well, my legs. You can't see my knees. Oh, there's no message. Okay. Thank you so much for the 38 months. No knees on Twitch. No free feet. No free knees. Thank you so much, Pabsy. I hope you're having a good day. I would have cut these much better from the start. Don't believe what the internet tells you, folks. I don't know if I'm supposed to spice these. I only shared because I like the song and I couldn't say a message because of my burger hands. You have burgers for hands? That's terrible. I'm so sorry to hear that. If she's telling on the internet, telling me not to believe what the internet says, what do I do? That's up to you, my boy. That is up to you. Boy. We never give away any content. That's okay, because you can't see my knees. Oh, you can see my shirt poking through, though. There should be a button there. You can also see the buttons I sewed on. Look. These are the shiny ones that I added. No need for free. True. No shoe for you. Yeah, so the original ones are these ones. They're the kind that like go right because they're like denim, so it's the kind that like stamp through the fabric. But these are the closest I had in terms of color and size. So hold on, I'm gonna move the crop of this camera because it's not quite right. Oh, what did I just move? I just moved something else. Whoops. Hold on, I gotta fix this. There we go. That's fine. And then this one needs to move. There we go. Well, if I'm sitting here, there we are. Wonderful. Been live for 2 hours. But I have actually started the cake. Is that a ball cap? We're on the beers now. We're on the cider, Pabsy, because there's cider in this recipe, and I didn't think that it was going to be American cider and therefore non-alcoholic. I bought a real cider, and I've opened it because I wanted to see what it was like. But I am a fool. I am a fool, you see? Can you tell I have a lot of UK friends? What, from the Helge or the beers? Oh, I like this playlist. This is good. This playlist can stay. Oh, my alarms aren't going off because I put my phone on silent. Okay, it's time to check the cakes. There we go. Sorry, that's me trying to stand up. Clearly I'm an old lady. Oh, they smell amazing. They smell so good. Let me test them before I show you because I don't think the big one's done. Right, the little guy's done. So we're going to take him off. We're going to put the other one back in. At an angle, apparently. Took that for a sub alert, wasn't it? The sound. No, I have to. If I want to show you, I have to pick it up with a glove. It's just come out the oven, you silly fool. Look at this cake. The little carrot cake. Little dinky carrot cake. My face is good, thank you. Get back to chopping. I need to put that in for another 10 minutes at least. Right, we're almost done with this. And I think I only really need to chop the... I need to sort the chicken, and I need to do the apple. There we go. I've saved this playlist. This is... It sounds like... Scottish. It might be... Oh. It's Celtic. Because it's an American band. So I was right. It's Scottish/Irish. But yeah, this is good music though, because it's the sort of thing you dance to at Kaylee. What is that supposed to mean? I am 100% Scottish, thank you very much. Exactly. Anything that's like music that hobbits would dance to is exactly what I want to hear when I'm needing to be woken up. Okay, let's have a look. What do I need to do? I don't want to chop up the apple until we're about to put it together because I don't want it to go orange, to go brown. So I think the only thing I really need to get on with now is the chicken, and then I'll need to do something with the carrots for the topping, but that's not actually necessary. We don't have to do that. Let me pop these eggs away since we don't need them. I'm trying to keep things tidy. Or at least reasonably tidy. While I potter about and do things, you know? This actually, yeah, this music is definitely helping. It makes me feel more like I'm in a little cottage making some stew and soup and stuff for my hobbit friends, because I am in fact a hobbit. I need to move this somewhere. That's why I was clearing space, because I need to move this so I can get on with the chicken. Right, so we're supposed to have skin-on chicken for this recipe, but it's actually pretty hard to find skin-on chicken breast. So it's hard to find skin-on boneless chicken, which is what I want. So we're just gonna have to use no skin, no bone. And I'm gonna use all three. I bought 3 chicken boobs. I feel like this would also work with thigh, but I'm not a huge... Well, so how am I trying to phrase this? I've had issues with cooking chicken thighs before where I've accidentally if I've tried to debone them, I've left the bone in. So I'm a bit jaded from that. Jaded is the wrong word. But I don't want to do that again. So we're going to just use chicken breast because that's what I'm used to. And also the recipe says I can. So Yabu sucks to you guys. I am being messaged, but I don't think they're actually... It's not messages for me. It's messages of a part of a chat that I'm in. So it's fine. Okay. No skin, no bones. No worries. Exactly. Now we're going to have a little check, because I haven't used my cast iron in a long time, and it could be rusty. If it had any kind of moisture on it when I put it away, it might be rusty. It is. It's rusty. You can't actually see it on the camera. It looks okay, but it's got rusty. I don't have time to clean it and season it. We're gonna have to just Oh, actually, the base might be okay. Oh, the base is fine. The top's rusty, but the base is fine. Which is annoyingly a lot heavier, but it still means we can use it, so we're good. Even the bone-in when deboning is not very successful deboning. Is it messages how to get big followers? Many subs? Chatbots? What? But yeah. Cast iron. Ew, still a bit sticky from when I seasoned it last time. But that's fine. It is not rusty, and that's the important thing. So I prefer to use this than putting my frying pan in the oven, because the amount of times I have burnt myself because I tried to touch the handle of the frying pan after it had been in the oven, because it's just my brain goes, oh, handle, grab.
Another puzzle solved.
Thank you. I'm glad that we have something. Yeah, exactly. I'll cook off once I heat it. We'll be fine. This was actually bought for me by Golden One, by the way, everybody. So credit to Golden One. Golden One got me a cast iron. The bottom is crazy rusty, but that's not the bit that's touching the food, so it doesn't matter. I think the top has just gotten, like, dripped on when someone's gone to get a towel, because we usually hang the towel over the chair, so it's just gradually gotten a bit damp, and that's just made it rusty. Hey!
Huzzah.
Stupid deaths, they're funny 'cause they're true.
My cast iron.
Stupid deaths, hope next time it's not you.
That was the wrong zoom in. Stupid me. Hi, Tony, thank you so much for 7 months. How are you doing, my dear? How are you? Let's put the music back on. We're about to start making my dinner. Yeah, that's what we're doing. It'll prevent small surface rust. I think I need to reseason them. It's been a while. I do love them, but I need to season them. Did I tell you? The one time Joe washed the cast iron, he put washing up liquid on it. I had told him not to, but I think he'd forgotten. It's not his fault. He doesn't know, like, all of my cooking equipment, but I was like, screamed at him. Always leave a towel on the handle. Doesn't help when it's in the oven. Yeah. Joe can't eat this cake, huh? No, he will. He will be able to, because it's not free. Right, anyway, I need to prep this chicken before the cake's out of the oven, because it's not going to be that much longer. I am full and ready to relax. What have you eaten? Have you eaten? This isn't going to be very pleasant to look at, but it needs to be done. Oh! There's a secret fourth chicken. Oh, it's very thin. Whoops, didn't feed the boys though. BRB. Okay, give them head pats from me, please. Not that they know who I am, but still. Yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna season these, because as I've said a million times, I have a book. I have salt, fat, acid, heat. Ah! Oh my god, it's me right in. Hello. Sorry for screaming at you. I didn't mean to. Release the cows. Oh no. Oh no, the cows. Hello. Hello. Thank you so much. There's so many of you. Hello, Doff. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a good day. You've joined me while I have a chicken hand. Not literally, obviously, but how is everybody doing today? Hello, if you've not met me before, let me introduce myself. Hold on. That's the one. I've made this too low. Hi, my name is Lara. I am a variety streamer and I like to cook. That's it, really. You're welcome to come and join me. I'm making this. Oh, hold on. This says, oh, it's very small, so if you're on mobile, you might not be able to see it. In fact, this is what I'm making. Thank you so much for that follow. And the recipe that we're using has been pinned in the chat. The carrot cakes are, well, one of them's in the oven, the other one is out cooling, and yeah, we're just about to prep the chicken and get everything going. So yeah. But thank you so much for that raid. What were you up to today? I'm gonna make a right mess of this. I'm doing good. I'm a dairy farmer from Norway, and you stream IRL on the farm. Oh, that's really good. Hence the cows. I understand now. That's really cool. Well, I hope you had a good day and a good stream. And thank you so much for bringing people over. That was really nice of you. I'm about to take the other cake out of the oven to check it, because my timer's going off on my phone. I just obviously need to de-chicken my hands. How the dairy field's growing. Let me just move. I'm not going to move the chicken. I'm just going to try and get the stuff out of the oven. Ooh, starting to look good. So yeah, I'm making the cake because one of my coworkers asked me to, and I'm working tomorrow, so I was like, I'll do it today. I haven't done cooking streams in a long time. I did my first one back last week. And I missed it because I used to do them all the time. That was all I ever did. But now I only do cooking streams now and then. And I do puzzle games. I do gaming the other 2 days that I stream every week. So I do puzzle games, and at the moment we're playing Sherlock Holmes and Lake. We're also playing Unravel, but we're almost finished that. So this looks pretty good. It's a tiny bit raw on the top. Oh, never mind. I take it back. Pretty raw. So we're gonna put that back in, but we're gonna I'm dropping batter everywhere. I also used to have a bakery business that I ran from home, but that became too much, so I don't anymore. Thank you. The fields are gonna start growing in spring. Oh, lovely. Are the cows inside, or are they outside cows all the time? Outside cows. Outside cows. Right, the top's starting to get a little bit golden. I'm hoping I only put it in a little bit longer, because I don't want it to overcook, but I also don't want the middle to be raw. So they're inside until April, May. Ah, sweet. Good. I like cows. Cows are cute and smelly. I know it's not the actual cows that are smelly, before anyone corrects me. I just like cows. Right. So right now what we're doing is I'm just prepping. I'm going to prep and season the chicken. I'm trying to... So what I was starting to say when you guys came in was I have a book called Salt, Fat, Acid, Heat, which is a really good book. It's very recommended by a lot of people. And it's all about the different things that go towards making things more flavorful and more tasty. And one of the things it says is to salt your chicken ahead of time, so it has time to get the salt all the way through. I'm going to serve it with mash. Oh, I should probably do some vegetables. Oh, it's got butternut squash in it. That'll be fine. Last time I was like, oh, it's fine. This thing... Oh my god, this knife is not sharp enough. I am making such a mess. And Joe was like, where are the vegetables? I was like, oh, he was like, put some broccoli in. I was like, okay, sorry. They're out until fall when there are no more food or too much rain. Fair enough. Gotta go need to clean myself and get some food myself. Okay, well, thank you so much for dropping everybody here. I really appreciate it. Thank you for trusting me with your community. I hope you have a great rest of your day and that you get cleaned up and have something tasty, because you deserve it. I'm sure you've been working super hard. Is the Netflix show based on the book or the other way around? No, the book is first, I think. It's the person who wrote the book that is making the show. So yeah, the show isn't based on the book, but I think it's influenced by it. Thank you. I hope so. So yeah, if you're coming in new and you like to see cooking streams, I'm getting back into them now. It's been a long time I've not done them before, but I'm back into them now, and I like to make all sorts of stuff. At the moment I tend to be making something and then my dinner, because I need to eat, obviously, and I stream for so many hours that by the time I'm done I don't want to cook anymore, so it's helpful to make my dinner on stream. But it's not always the case. Sometimes I make random things. What I really want to make next is something that I want to try out for Christmas. Oh my god. Please just ignore what I'm doing over here, if you can see it. Shout out to the cats, dogs, cows, and other domesticated animals. Or even non-domestic animals. Stay wild. Stay wildin'. There's a really long tendon in this chicken breast. I'm just making pig's ear out of this thing, which is clever because it's chicken. Right. Good. There. I'm happy with that. This needs to go. Do I have my little mug? Where is my little mug? I have a little mug that I tend to put the nasty chicken bits in, so it's easy enough to tip them away later. I'll just put it in this ramekin. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Yes, so I want to salt the chicken because I'm supposed to do it as early as I can in a recipe, but then I was gonna salt it, leave it, pat it dry, and then flavor it because it says to pat it dry before you season it, so it's easier to fry it. What time is it? Okay, we've got plenty of time. We've got plenty of time. It's only 5:30 here in Scotland, so that means I've got... Oh, I think I did the maths wrong earlier. I thought I had less time than I do. If it's only 5:30, that means in half an hour it'll be 6 o'clock, and then in 3 hours after that it'll be 9 o'clock. So 3.5 hours until Joe finishes work. I don't want to be streaming that late if I can help it, but I don't really have a time limit today other than that. So okay. That cake that I brought out earlier sunk a bit. I don't think it was fully cooked, but that's fine, because that's for me. That's my tasting cake. Because we all know, you need to have a tasting cake. Right, so, what we do... I should show you that book at some point. It's really good. It's such a good book, and it has a little chart about when to salt things. Oh! Look at me, I have such a good internal timer. I went to check the cake, and the alarm went off. Huh. No, don't use the chicken knife to check the cake. That would not be good. Oh, it's still not very cooked. Is this one of these cakes where you have to leave it? Because it will, But where's the chart when you should fat and acid things? There are more charts, but I've only really read the... I've read the salt and the heat. No, I've read the salt and the fat chapters, but not the other two yet. But the salt one is really good because it's like, well, if it's a whole chicken, then you're supposed to salt it the day before because it takes that long to get to the center. I mean, plenty of carrot cakes. I've never made one. I haven't eaten that many, but I also have never made one. So I don't know why I touched that like it was going to be hot. I was like, oh, it's so hot. But yeah, we're making a nut-free one because obviously I want Joe to be able to try it. And so many carrot cakes have nuts in them. Like, we went to a cafe the other day, me and Joe, and I he asked about something. He was like, "Oh, is that gone?" He was gonna order it, and he was like, "Oh, that looks like almonds. Does it have almonds on the top?" And the guy was like, "Oh yeah, it does." And then they let him order the carrot cake, which has walnuts in it. And I just felt that was weird that they didn't even say like, "Oh, by the way, this has nuts in it." Like, I had it. It was fine. He had something else. We had a few things anyway, so it was fine. But it was just a bit like, was it a cat cafe? Joe also can't have cats. He can't have cats. That's true. Right, so yeah, we're going to salt this. And then when these are done at an undetermined time, at some point, I will be happy with these, and I will season them with everything else. But in the meantime, we're going to prep the rest of the ingredients. Now, here's the question. We talked about this earlier, but now I need to make a decision. Do we... Oh, sorry, I should backtrack. I'm making carrot cake, and I can't put nuts on the top of it, which is what the recipe says to do. So we were talking about maybe doing something with some... I bought one extra carrot, so I had options. But if I should make, like, carrot crisps, or, like, candied carrot pieces, or something, to go on the top, just to have something on top of the icing. Does anyone have any ideas? Oh, I'm knackered. Desiccated coconut, but I don't know if he can cook coconut. He can have it, but he doesn't like it. I mean, this isn't for him. So I could do desiccated coconut. I don't know if I have any. But that sounds like a good shout, actually. Oh, I have ginger. There's no ginger in the cake, but I have ginger. I could put ginger on it. Like ginger, candy ginger. That could be nice, actually. Maybe we'll do that. I just went to look for coconut, but I'm pretty sure I don't have any. I haven't used any in a long time. If I do, it's right at the back, and I won't be able to find it. Like, little pieces of candied ginger. I think that would work. I think you're right. I also have puree, ginger puree, but I don't have any like raw root of ginger. I think I have another thing of ginger. I do! I have ginger and syrup as well. I forgot about that, but I might make a cookie with that instead. Ah. I also have, yeah, so I've got two types and then puree ginger. Ah, but I don't have any ginger people. Oh my god. So fiery. I don't really like ginger. I think I got this for a stream, or I got it to make something for Joe because he loves ginger. Like, literally, I didn't use all of it. Oh my god. Ow, my tongue's on fire. Quick, some cold tea will make it help better. I was gonna say, the only person I know is ginger in the chat is Luco. Unless we're including cats, in which case, if Tony's cats are around, we'll have another one. Okay. Well, that's that solved. That's one solved. One thing done. Oh, I bought garlic, but that's not actually going in the recipe today. That's just because I ran out of garlic. Okay, we're going to put this on top of the cake. That was easy. That means I don't have to prep anything with this carrot, and I can put the carrot in the fridge. Also, I think I may have underpaid for my butternut squash. Because I was scanning everything on the self-scan, and my phone was sitting on the scanner. Because I was like, I just hadn't put it in my pocket, I put it down. And then I went to put the butternut squash in, and it said put it on the scanner, and I picked up my phone, but the scanner had and then put down the butternut squash, and I think the scanner put it through at the price of my phone instead of the price of the butternut squash, like the weight of my phone, I mean. And then the person came along to like do the like clear it, because you know when there's an issue someone will come along and clear it, but they didn't even look. They just pushed a button remotely and I carried on with what I was doing. So I think I may have underpaid for my butternut squash, but hey, I also might not have, because I did put it on the scale. I just don't know which weight it took. I don't want to keep that in the oven any longer. I'm worried it's gonna burn, but it wasn't cooking. Okay. In that case, what else do we have to do? Oh, potatoes. We'll prep the potatoes because I'm going to make mash. Oh, I don't want to start the mash until we've got the chicken on the go, because if I start it too early, we're just going to have cold mash sitting there waiting to be eaten. I can make the icing for the cake, but that also will just sit there and not do anything. I'm a bit stuck. I could tidy up. Maybe I should tidy up. I don't really have much to tidy up, but maybe I should empty the dishwasher so I can put stuff in the dishwasher as I go. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Okay. I'm a wee klepto at the self-checkouts, to be honest. I bet Tony never saw a squash. You don't know anything, clearly. Right, I'm gonna put on some music. What was I said I put on? Oh, yes. I'm gonna put on some music, and I'm gonna mute my microphone, and I will be back once I've finished emptying the dishwasher, just to give myself some space to put things in when I'm finished cooking with them, and that way I'm not like panicking at the end of stream and trying to tidy up. Okay? And also because I can't do anything until the chicken is finished with the seasoning. So yeah, I'm gonna quickly do that, and I'll be back in a minute. Okay. Hello. Oh, I'm back. Hi. The cake is done, I think. It came out clean when I put in the cocktail stick, I was gonna say. This is not a cocktail stick, this is a chopstick. And I've emptied the dishwasher, so now as I go, I can just chuck things in there, rather than being like, trying to balance them all in the very small corner. I'll show you what I mean. There, that's all I have, space-wise, because the rest is taken up with all the alcohol that used to be on the floor. Phew, I'm out of animated dancing emotes. I'm impressed by how many you had. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make an overlay for dance mode, and it puts up, like, cleaning the kitchen, have a dance party in chat or something as, like, text, and then it does the thing where, you know the thing that other streamers have where it has, like, the whatever in chat is, like, bouncing around, like all the emotes people use? I've never had that, but that would be nice for that, I think. But now let me put it back to the playlist we were on before. There we go. So, I'm obviously not going to try the cake that just came out, because that's going to be way too hot, but I'm going to try and get this one out. Yeah, they're like an emote wall, yeah. I thought that would be quite nice while I move around. Oh. Okay, okay. No, it's coming off, it's coming off. I'm going to try it before I put the icing on it. Oh, you can't see me, I'm behind the gloves. I need my own dancing emote, I think. Definitely true. Well, that came out much better than I thought. Look at that, look how clean that is. I mean, it's got a bit of cake, but it's not nearly as stuck as I expected. Ooh. Oh, that's, however, the base is a bit more stuck than I'd like. Okay, I'm gonna need a knife for that. I was hoping I could just pull it off, but apparently not. What time does it get dark? When we wake up. No, I'm joking. It's definitely dark now. Is the lighting too harsh? It kind of looks a bit harsh. I mean, I can't change it on here because it's on auto exposure. See, but I can change it up here. If it's too much. There we go, that's a bit better. I can find out, actually. I don't think I set that timer because nothing went off on my phone for this cake, so the other one. So I'm glad that I didn't just go by the It's set at 20 to 4 today. Ugh. Okay. Not wonderful. Very stuck. But the other one has a liner on, so it should be fine. This is just so I can taste it more than anything else. Yeah, I'm gonna need to soak that, I think. Should we taste the cake? Never made a carrot cake before, so I hope this is a good recipe. Obviously, there's no icing on it yet. Mmm. Oh, it's really soft. It's nice, it's a bit flavorless. Maybe because I had that ginger earlier, now I can't taste anything.
Objection!
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Here you go. You can have the last bit if you're objecting. No? Okay. Okay. The carrot cake is good. It's nothing fabulous, fantastic, or over the top, but I'm happy with it. Okay. Now, we'll try a bit more of that later when my mouth has stopped being on fire from the ginger. That's how you know I'm in business. I'm gonna take a swig of Monster. Okay. Here's how the recipe is gonna go. I have to pat the chicken dry. It's supposed to have skin, so we're supposed to make the skin really crispy, but I'm gonna still go with the same technique. Then we have to combine olive oil, paprika, salt, pepper, and generously smear over the chicken. Then sear it in a cast iron skillet, preferably, until they're seared. Take them off, and then add the apple cider, butter, mustard, brown sugar, and soy sauce into the pan. Bring it to a simmer. I might just do the cider on its own first, just to get rid of all the carbonation before we do anything else. I think we can make this work. We can make this work. Then add the butternut squash, apple, thyme, and olive oil into a bowl. Put that into the skillet. Have the chicken. And spread it around, and then put it in the oven for 20 minutes. And then that's it. Okay, so considering the potatoes are going to take about 15 to 20 minutes to boil, I'm going to do the potatoes now. I'm going to start the potatoes, or rather, I'm going to get them prepped and then start them boiling once I get the chicken done. Okay, cool. I think I know what I'm doing. Famous last words. I think I know what I'm doing. I think I finally have a plan. And the plan is going to be potatoes. We're going to make mash. I haven't really prepped any veg other than the butternut squash, but I feel like cabbage could be nice with this. I might do some cabbage. Maybe not in the pan with everything else. What do we think? Chat, I'm asking for your help. I am once again asking for your suggestions. What do we think? The question, if you weren't listening, is I've only got butternut squash that's going in with... I'm sorry, I didn't know you were my magic 8-ball. With the chicken and apple. So I'm wondering if I should put in something else. And I'm thinking cabbage, but I can't decide whether I should put the cabbage in with the sauce or if I should try and cook it separately. I don't really want to cook another thing. If you weren't listening. Looks in your face like, you. I'm talking about you. No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about anyone who might be, like, doing stuff. Like, lurking or whatever. But still want to answer the question. Cabbage separate. Okay. What am I doing with it? Am I putting it in the oven? Am I putting it... I don't really want to start another pan, but since the oven's going to be on anyway, I could put it in the oven. Right. I'm going to try a bit more carrot cake. Ow. They adjusted my my brace this morning. That was what the appointment was for. And it was all really tight. Okay. I think that's a nice carrot cake. It just doesn't have much flavor. Like, it's fine. In fact, that one's lovely because it's really soft. Right. Cabbage separate. It could be really nice in the... like, in the sauce, though. I also don't know if I have any mustard. I didn't actually check that. I thought I did, but I didn't check it when I got home. I do. I have mustard. We're good. It's Dijon, so hopefully that's okay. Because it doesn't specify in the recipe, it just says mustard. This is the thing. I keep saying that I need to do this, but I need to write a book about translating recipes from American blogs. Because some of the things are obvious, right? Some of the things like weights and measurements and conversions and things are fairly obvious. But then, things like cider. You won't think of that if you're like me. AKA a bit silly. I do have potatoes up there, but there's only 2, so I'm going to save those for baked potatoes. And I'm going to use these for my mash. I think 4 will be enough. Don't want to go too crazy. Well, I'm just going to pour these out. We just have our potatoes sitting on top of the fridge because if we keep them in the bags, they get sweaty. Right, let's get some potatoes peeling. Either way, we gotta get cooking. What do I do with my cabbage? I'm not gonna put it in with the chicken and the butternut squash. I do have leftover cabbage from last night, but I don't think it's enough for 2 people. I could just, like, fry it. I don't have to add anything to it. It doesn't have to be fancy. Or I could, like, braise it before. No, because then it'll be really cold by the time everything else is done. I don't know what to do with it. This is my, like, nightly process of trying to make dinner, by the way. I just end up being like, what do I make? How do food? This is all I have, cabbage-wise. I've got a tiny little bit left. But I also don't want to. I don't want to mix it in with the chicken and everything. Because if it doesn't go, then it's going to be really small and in the way, like mixed in with everything else. But it's also so small. In fact, it's so small I could cook it in a separate pan on the hob, and it wouldn't take very long. Okay. Right. Let's get a bowl and chop up this cabbage before we do anything else. That's what we're gonna do. Okay. Good. Plan has been made. Let's go. I've got this upbeat music. I'm so excited. Something so satisfying about cutting cabbage. Good job, team. We reached a conclusion. Let me take this bracelet off. I think there's a whole thing about if you like salt, you put salt on the cabbage first, it like makes it softer. It doesn't really matter because I'm not having it raw. But still. Yeah, so speaking of cabbage, which we are, I want to do at least one more cooking stream this month. I have an idea for 2, but I'm going to have to check, kind of money-wise, if I'm going to be able to afford ingredients for 2 more streams. Because this one is my dinner, and someone's paying me for the ingredients for the cake. Because they're getting it. So it's not an expense, really, in the same way that if I made a stream that was just like a fancy recipe would be an expense. Because like, yeah, I'm eating it, but I wouldn't be making it otherwise. I'd just be having normal dinner. Yeah, you should draw out the moisture and make it squashy. But that's squash. Ha 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 ha. So funny. Yeah, I'll put some salt in that. That's a good idea. And yeah, what am I saying? Yes, so I want to do a stream where I make something that I'm going to try. I want to try in advance of making for Christmas. Because I don't want to make it and it's terrible and I've like ruined the Brussels sprouts. In and out between doing other things. Oh no, don't worry about it. You don't need to apologize. And that's what I'm here for. I'm here to be in the background if that's what you need. While you're getting on with stuff. You're a busy gal. Don't worry, I understand. I have to make sure to drink this tea, because that's the last tea bag, and I don't want it to go to waste. My dad used to make this really lovely orange cabbage. Whoa, hello! Another raid, hello! Ah, I don't need to shout, I don't know why I shouted. Hello, hello! Hello, 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 welcome in, hi! Hi, how are you? What were you up to today? How are you doing? Jules? Is that how I say your username? The cat. Hello, if you've not seen me before, hi. I'll put the music back on. My name is Lara. I am a Scottish variety streamer. One day a month, I do a cooking stream. So far I've done 2 in quick succession, but normally I'm only doing a couple, yeah, anyway, it doesn't really matter. Hi, welcome in. Today we're making my dinner and also some carrot cake. And I haven't made the icing for the carrot cake yet, though. Made some cinnamon swirl bread and brown sugar and pepper bacon. Oh, that sounds lovely. That sounds gorgeous. Well, I hope you're ready to... I hope you're not hungry, because I'm going to be cooking for a while, and it might make you peckish. Carrot cake is my favorite, and apple cider chicken sounds divine. I really hope it is, because I've made a rookie mistake. Yes, I will follow. I will follow you. Push that button. I've made a rookie error. recipe called for cider. Here in the UK, cider is alcoholic. I didn't think this through. The recipe is American. They did not mean alcoholic cider. I'm not hungry because I just ate my food. Can't speak for the people who raided with me. They're probably hungry because they've watched you make something delicious, and now they want something delicious. And now they're here, and they're going to get hungry, even more hungry. Yes. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to cook down the cider for a little bit before I combine it with everything. I hope you're hungry. We're nothing. But right now I'm kind of prepping, I guess, the sides. We're making mash, and I'm gonna cook some cabbage. Just so there's something else to go with it that isn't just the butternut squash. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like my hair. It's very nice. Ooh, thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. I've started doing this thing where I don't like name people when they follow, because I know some people don't like it. Because I've seen other streamers who turn off their follow alerts, but if I don't know, I also think it's having a nice balance of having your follow alerts on, but if you don't like call people out by their name, they can still be kind of sneaky, you know? I might put some of the apple cider. Ooh, you know what? I could put apple cider vinegar in the cabbage, but I think that might be too much apple on the same plate. I don't want to really flavor the cabbage. I just kind of want to cook it and make it cooked. Oh no, I have all this alcohol I need to drink, but I don't really like apple cider. I purposely got a fairly good one though, rather than just like the cheapest one I could find. Or at least I hope it's good. I've tasted it. It doesn't taste bad. Oh, I should say, if you need to go and like chill out and tidy up and stuff, please don't feel obligated to stay after your raid. I know that it's, as a cooking streamer myself, I know that it's very stressful. So, you know, go take some time for yourself. Don't feel like you have to stick around if you can't. And thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. I'll try and stop by at some point and check out your content. It would be nice if the follower had an option to quietly follow. Yeah, that would be nice. I wonder how many people would want to. Like how many people I don't get follows from, or I guess anyone doesn't get follows from because they don't want to do it. I have actually been guilty of going to a stream that I like and then waiting until they're offline before I follow, because I didn't want them to call me out. And I also didn't want to like interact, so I was just like, I'm gonna vibe to you while I shut it down on my end. I get that. I understand. So last week when we did a cooking stream for the first time in 7 months. I used to be, this is for the newbies, but most of my stream know this already, but I used to be full-time cooking streamer, and then I gradually switched to gaming, and I haven't done a cooking stream in 7 months. But I have returned as of last week, and I had a lot of fun. We made some garlic cinnamon rolls. They weren't cinnamon, but they were the shape of cinnamon rolls, but they were garlic bread. And like a goat's cheese stuffed chicken. But I didn't really like the chicken, honestly. And I burnt the garlic bread. So it wasn't a great comeback, but it was really fun. What was I going to say? There was more to it than that. Oh yeah, I was going to say, and last week, I had D&D straight after the stream, and I was running late, so I was like 20 minutes late to D&D, and luckily it's online, so I just had to like move my laptop. It's so stressful. But this week, we don't have a time limit, so this week we're taking our time, we're vibing, as long as I have my dinner ready by the time Joe gets home. Joe's my partner. By the time he gets home, then everything is okay. Hello, Cooking Class Poor. How are you doing? Welcome in. I'm assuming from your name you are also someone who likes to cook. Yeah, cooking streams are an entirely other level. Yes. That was when I was only doing cooking streams, and people would like, this was when, you know, it wasn't super common for people to find someone who knew what Twitch was. And it was even less common for you to find someone in person who knew that there was other content other than gaming on Twitch. So if someone found out I was a Twitch streamer and they actually knew what that meant, they'd be like, "Oh, what do you play?" And I'm like, "What? I don't. I play the kitchen." I made monkey bread and Rice Krispie treats. Ooh, monkey bread. I've never made monkey bread. I made my honey balsamic sprouts earlier today and they were fantastic. Yes, I'm so glad. Is that the ones that you're going to make for Christmas? Because I remember you said you were going to practice. I'm still debating on whether I should follow this channel. I mean, as a mod, I'm quite impressed you haven't yet. I do a pro chef for 20 plus years and a streamer for 2 months. Are you enjoying streaming? I hope you're enjoying it. I'm just gonna pop these potatoes in a pan and cover them with water. Oh, I cut that one way too small. These are gonna be mash. This isn't really part of the recipe. Oh, I should say, the recipe that I'm playing? Oh my god. The recipe I'm making is pinned to the top of chat, but here is a visual aid. That's what it's supposed to look like when it's done. Except they use skin-on chicken and I don't have any, so it's gonna be looking a bit different. And that's the carrot cake. But yeah, if you want to bring up the link, if it's not working for any reason, just !menu or !recipe, we'll bring it up. At any time. And, you guys proud of me, I posted on Instagram what I made. I'm not like super behind. Well, I am, because I haven't posted anything from this earlier this year. But I have posted the week after I made it on stream, I posted it. So it's on Instagram, you can see it, it's right there. Most of my sides have been tested and good to go now. Oh, fantastic. I'm so glad. Yeah, I'm gonna do my Brussels, I think, for my next cooking stream. Whether that's next week or a week after that is yet to be seen. Speaking of, I don't know when I'm gonna be streaming this month, other than the next week, yes, but I don't know what I'm doing in terms of Christmas. I know that I'm not gonna be here. I'm gonna be up the road for Christmas, because I am in charge of cooking Christmas dinner, since my dad used to do it. And I'm sort of like the new de facto chef of the family, so I'm going to be doing it. But I don't know when I will have time to stream in terms of before that, because I will be working 23rd and Christmas Eve. I don't know, and then we'll be going up the road once I'm done work on Christmas Eve. So I might not stream that week, just so I have time to get prepared. Lots of stress and stuff that you don't think about, but it's a different kind of stress, and I'm having a blast. Oh, I'm so glad. It is so fun and it's so rewarding. And it is so hard, and it's so nice to find people that understand that it's difficult, you know? Because it's challenging, especially if you're on your feet for the whole stream. And if you're like me and you stream for 5 to 6 hours, it's like I see other cooking streamers that are like, ooh, I did a 3-hour stream the other day. Not like saying that that's not difficult. I mean, they like mention that it's a long time for them. And I'm like, oh. Oh, is that normal? Oh dear. Because I just chat so much. It like spreads out the stream for hours. I was terrified of getting sugar in my computer. Computers and kitchens don't usually mix. I have a gaming laptop that I bought specifically to do streams. Well, it's the only thing I have. It's not like I have 2 options, but I bought this because my last one was breaking. It was duct taped together, and the stream was so bad. And together, my community came together and raised me enough money to buy myself a laptop. And I have this, well, it's been the same one now for like 5 years, but it's probably full of sugar and like crumbs and all sorts of stuff. Don't worry, I hear your boss will be visited by 3 ghosts soon and then give you Christmas Eve off. No, it's because it's a Saturday and I always work Saturdays, so it wouldn't be very fair of me to ask for it off just because it's Christmas Eve, because everyone else also has plans for Christmas, so, you know, I'm just hoping I'm on the early shift, because that means I have more time to get ready. I have no idea what other streaming is like, but I feel like food streaming is the hardest because there's so much to it. The prep, the cook, the plating, the cleaning, the still keeping track of chat and commands. It takes me about 2 to 3 times as long to cook things when I cook them on stream. Hence the 5 to 6 hours of stream. Even when I'm cooking something I know. Oh, no, the ghost will handle it. Okay, well, thank you, ghosts. Are you sending the ghosts? Are you actually Bob Marley? Bob Marley? Is that his name? I can't even remember anymore. It's been so long since I've seen A Christmas Carol. Okay, so mash is actually not ready to go because I need to cover it with water. And then an obscene amount of salt. We made carrot cake and that's healthy enough. Huh? Please don't fall, thank you. No affiliation with ghosts or Bob Marley or Jacob Marley. They're Marley and Marley. Bob Cratchit. Bob Marley was wheat soaking reggae legend. I didn't think Bob Marley sounded right. Look, listen, okay? Learn. I'm not the smartest fish in the sea. Right, okay, so I think... Oh no, we need to chop the apples. And we need to chop the thyme. But then I think we're prepped. I'm greeting, that's hilarious. Can I even type? I'm sorry. Look. Listen, okay, I'm not the most clever. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. It's true. Somebody want... You have to, like, kick open a door when you do that. Right, I need to chop up the apple. Oh no, I need to season the chicken. Quick. Panic spin. Ooh, that made me a bit dizzy, actually. So I've salted the chicken. Not salted, salted. So, oh, I've got no space. Right, hold on. I need to make some space. Oh, I should... Ooh. Everyone who came in more recently, I can show you the carrot cake. Well, one of the carrot cakes. I made 2. One of them's in a loaf tin, and one of them's teeny tiny. But this is the one that I baked a small one and a loaf cake, so the small one I could taste. And it's really soft. It doesn't have a lot of flavor. I could have done with adding more spices, I think. But it's very soft. I hear that a lot on YouTube. Hold on, let me move this. That everything takes way longer because they're trying to get good angles and switching things around. I was trying to stream in my kitchen on Monday, and Mummy couldn't lock everyone out like usual, so kids were in the face the entire time. Yeah. Let me follow you. Both. There we go. There we go, I've followed both of you. Right, okay, I can actually look at the recipe now, because we're actually at the point where I need the recipe. So, I need to combine olive oil, paprika, salt, and pepper. So, my usual stuff. But first I need to pat the chicken dry, because I salted it. Because you salt it early, and that gets the salt all the way through the meat. And then, but it also draws a lot of water to the surface, so they're all wet now. I need to pat them dry. But I also need to get... Is that olive oil? I'll just use vegetable oil. I don't think it matters that much in this case. My normal streaming area has a locked door. What advice does Fast Lover have on this? I like melee weapons. Don't use melee weapons when you're cooking streaming. You'll get kicked off Twitch. So are you saying that your kitchen doesn't have a door you can lock? So if you do stuff in the kitchen. I'm not actually paying attention to how much seasoning I was supposed to put in. Look, measure with your heart, okay? Okay, I need to halve everything because I'm halving the amount of chicken. But I'm also just going to do it by eye because who has time to measure in this economy? Not me. Ranged weapons only. Stay out of melee combat range. Get out of my kitchen. I need to cook. Not you guys. You can stay. Anyone who can physically be attacked by me needs to get out of the kitchen. Yeah, I used to, back when I first started streaming, I used to live in a flat with my partner and a third person who was very, very gracious about me streaming cooking, but it would very much get in the way because he would need to like have dinner and I'd be in the kitchen and I'd be like, I'm so sorry, it's overrun, and he didn't want to be on camera, so he had to like wait for me to have a minute that I could pause the stream before he came in. I'm such an angry chef. God forbid Callum needs in when I'm cooking. I mean, I'm a lot calmer than I used to be, but I can get a bit stressed. Like last night, I was frying some cabbage, and the spatula like got caught on the bottom of the pan, and it flicked all the cabbage up the wall. I've cleaned it up, obviously, but I like shouted so loudly. Joe was like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "I don't want to talk about it." And he went, "Okay, I'm gonna leave you alone now." And I was like, "Okay." It only took me a few minutes to calm down, but I was like, I don't want to, you know, when something goes wrong and you don't want to have to tell anybody what's gone wrong because you're just like, it's just going to make me more angry if I have to explain it, you know? So I didn't explain it. Yeah, we're very Western. What's going on here? The cabbage had it coming. It had it coming. Okay, so this is our chicken. And I don't think there's enough seasoning in there. But I'm gonna mix it anyway. Move you closer so you can see what's going on. Look, you can see my stomach. Okay, you can't see what's going on there. You're too close. And then it says to let it sit for 15 minutes in this. But I'm not going to. Because that's a long time and it's already been sitting with the salt on it. So I'm gonna leave it sitting for the time that it takes me to chop the apple. There we go. So, I didn't intentionally pick this music, by the way. I just picked a playlist that was upbeat instrumental because I was sick of things having words while I was streaming. And, it seems to be, a big chunk of it seems to be, Celtic, as it says on the playlist. Right. Apple. How much apple do I need? I've got a cooking apple because we're going to be cooking it anyway, so I don't think it matters. And also because it was the only one I could get loose. 1 apple. Very helpful. Well, I'm halving the recipe, so half an apple it is. Do I have an apple corer? I don't think I do. Not that it matters anyway, because I've just yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't have one. That's fine. Sliced. It doesn't say I have to peel it though. Okay. Cool. Do how we did it in school, how I was taught to cut an apple into slices. By school, I mean high school. That has one apple. She's having the recipe. How much is she drinking? When I was making bingo cards for the stream, and I was like, there needs to be a bingo card for when I say I'm gonna halve a recipe and then manage to forget. At least one ingredient needs to be halved. These are gonna yellow so quickly. I never sliced an apple in school. Well, I did home economics. And quite a few things, like how to cut an onion, how to chop an apple, how to core an apple, I mean. Things like that I was taught in school. Yeah. This one's a bit tricky. There we go. Okay. I don't think there's anything else I have to prep other than the icing, but we're gonna get to that when we get to it. So you all ready? It's time to start cooking. So I'm gonna put the cabbage in the pan when we get to put this in the oven. Oh, speaking of, I need to heat the oven up. This makes me want to just get up and spin someone around. American. The whole ball. 215 degrees. That's high. Oh, no, it's not. It's not as high as I thought it was. I'm going to put it on 220. 220? Seems quite high, to be honest. Not gonna lie. Seems quite high. Right. Is this a good angle for you guys? You can see okay? See, I'll show you a little behind the scenes if you'd like. How... It's on a pasta. Hello. It's on my pasta jar. But it's such a good height. There's a little behind the scenes of what I have it set up as. I'm hoping it's not going to be too oily. Are we checking units? Is it His Royal Majesty the units? Shut up. Okay. Yeah, we need to get this hot. 5 minutes? Alright. Aight. That's a bit much, but okay. I think it's so I can sear it, but I don't actually have chicken with skin on, so I don't think it needs to be seared. Catchphrase! Shut up now. It's been a while since I've said that catchphrase. Okay, we're just gonna stare at an empty pan for a bit. Get the auto exposure down a bit. But it's not gonna stay there, because I'll go right back up. There we go. It's fine. I'll just have to deal with it. Right, so... Still to do, on the task list, is make the icing for the cake, and... There's something in there. Quick, get it before it gets too hot. There we go. Make the icing for the cake, and chop up the ginger to go on top. I could do the icing now, while the pan's heating up. How do I do the... Oh no, it's not in there. It's not on my phone, it's in the book. Make the frosting, beat the butter and cream cheese together in a bowl until light and fluffy, stir in the icing sugar, add the vanilla extract, and that's it. I hope it makes enough, because I don't actually have enough cream cheese. I don't really want it to be sitting there getting thin, so maybe I'll just do it right before I need it at the end. Yeah, I think that's a better plan. Don't worry, I won't. I have a glove. And what I do is I tend to leave the glove on the arm. On the arm? On the handle of the cast iron, because otherwise I will try and grab it. And I will burn myself. Because I'm dumb. You can make icing and then fridge it. I could. Can I be bothered doing it now? Yeah, I probably should, because I'm not going to be bothered to do it later either. I'll get a bigger bowl. I think that bowl might be too small. See how much cream cheese we have before we do anything else. That's going to make a difference. Oh, it's just the cast iron heating up. Like, there's a funny smell, but it's just the cast iron. It's not that bad. Right, let's see, have a look-see, shall we? Let's see, have a look-see. What is wrong with me? Just gonna use all of this. I have this left over from last week because I used cream cheese and goat's cheese to stuff some chicken, and I only needed like the smallest amount of cream cheese. And I was gonna make a cheesecake this week instead of this carrot cake, but then the person changed their mind, and I was like, oh, that's fine then. Okay, we have about, if I get enough out of this, I can maybe get it to 150. $155 grams of cream cheese. Who's good at maths? We're about to do some maths, baby. The recipe calls for 225 grams. Oh, sorry, it's 157. 157 grams of cream cheese. When I need to have... I'm going to say 155, because I think that it's just jumped because I moved, and it's very sensitive. 2/3. Wonderful. So, I need, in that case, I need 2/3 of 50 grams. Like the famous poem, I checked my cream cheese, and that has made all the difference. Yes, that's definitely the poem. 17. Really? Is that all? I mean, I guess that makes sense. Okay, the pan is getting hot, and it smells it. Oh, 34. I see. I thought that didn't sound right. Right, 34. Oh wait, what am I doing? That was at 35. There, 34. This thing is hella noisy, but I think it's going to be quicker if I use this. I don't like how hot that smells. The metal is getting really hot, and it's freaking me out a bit, I'm not gonna lie. Right. I'm gonna get the chicken in. No, it's not quite hot enough yet. Right, give me a second. I'm gonna mute the mic because it's gonna be loud. I don't know if the mic will even pick it up, but if it does, it's loud, so... Because it might sense it as a background noise and mute it, but... Be back in a sec. It's also extremely powerful. That was on the lowest setting and it was almost coming out my hands. Okay, half a teaspoon of vanilla extract and 25 grams of icing sugar. But I need to do 2/3 of that. Beat it, beat it. What is 2/3 of a half? Well, 1/3 of a half is a sixth. So 2/3 is 2/6, which is a third. Is that right? 1/3 of a teaspoon? Boom! I can do... What am I doing? My spoons are already out. I can do maths. Wow, okay. My pan is actually smoking, so I'm gonna not do that. Right now, I'm gonna finish that icing in a bit because I am scared of this pan. It is frightening to me. I don't like it being so hot. So, we're gonna get back to that later. Hopefully this won't take very long. Okay, here we go. I've got my fan up high. I don't want to overcrowd the pan, but I think that's fine. What if you're measuring on a train going near the speed of light? It wouldn't matter because you'd be goo. That's true, yes. No? What am I doing? Tongs! That's what I'm doing. I knew I'd forgotten something. Right, we're not leaving these for very long. But while that happens, I'm gonna do my vanilla. That one's not been opened. Do I have another vanilla? Oh, apparently not. I just have a brand new one that I didn't open. I don't have 1/3 of a teaspoon. What? Well, I'll do 1/4 of a teaspoon. And then a bit more. There we go. Okay. Meat grabbers. Nah, that's not done enough yet. I want to get that lovely and browned and seared. And I need to add in icing sugar. 2/3 of 25 grams. $16-ish. Ah, see, you got it, and you weren't even using a net. Well, I don't know, maybe you were using a calculator. Okay, Loco, have a good day. My brain rusts the calculator. You're quick. You're good. You can stay. Did I put the scales away? I did. A fool I am. You need to measure in cooking, just use your heart. Ah, but it's baking. It is baking. Yeah. I put in too much icing sugar. I have to like pull it. I'm scooping it out with my hands. Yeah, it'll have to do. The texture's gonna be wrong, but it's gonna have to suffice. Because I am too stressed about this chicken. Sorry, I'm a math nerd. Helps a lot with baking. Oh no, it's great! I love it because I am terrible at math, but I love baking. So it's a good little... It's good to have someone else that behind you knows close to what you're working with and divisible by the numbers you need to divide by. Yeah! I'm quite happy that I figured out a third thing. I want to make some chimp contendies. Ooh, were they yummy? Oh, that one looks good. Clearly that's the hottest part of the pan. Now don't worry, we're not cooking these through on the hot. We're not cooking these through right now. We are just searing them. And then I've turned the temperature down and I'm gonna do the next bit with it a little bit lower temperature. Should have kept that icing sugar in. It's not made it thicker at all. Oh, thank you for that follow. Add that sugar slowly because it likes to fly. Maybe too late for that. But thank you very much for that follow. Right, hold on. Okay, I'm moving things around while that chicken is searing. I think it's also because it's so loud in here and it's difficult for me to think. That's not helping. I need to stir in the sugar, but I can't do it now. I've just reread the recipe and it told me to stir it instead of beating it, so that was a mistake. Okay. Okay, he's still cooking. He's stuck. Like I said, just searing, not cooking through. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna turn this volume of this room down a little bit because it is very loud in here because of all the fans and the sizzling of the pan. And we're gonna get it might be is it the type of cream cheese? Maybe? Because well, I don't know, I'm using a British recipe, so it should make a difference for me. I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm getting overstimulated right now, so give me a second while I wait for this chicken to finish, and then we should be okay to go. The mic doesn't pick up any of the noise. Ugh! That's because I've got a million filters on it, so that's good. I did notice when I was watching back the cooking stream from last week that my voice was really strange, but I think it's just because it's such a different microphone from the one I use when I'm gaming. So I was like, ooh, I sound so different. I have an excellent microphone because I'm not hearing any of the extra noise. Well, that's good, because there's a lot going on. Oh, look at that. You see that sear? That is nice. Oh, thank you. I'll save the game. Hold on. You need to buffer for a second. Okay, we're saved. We're good. Right, I'm turning the volume, turning the heat on that. Oh. So much better. It was so loud. Is it British cream cheese different from US cream cheese? It is. From what I can gather, well, our cream cheese is like really soft, and I think what I know of American cream cheese is you get it in like blocks instead of like smooth. I can't show you. Oh wait, I can show you some in the tub. There's a little bit left. Hold on. So can you see, like, this is how our cream cheese would come. So it's like soft like that and spreadable. And I hear the American cream cheese isn't like that. Right. So what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna take this off the heat actually, because this is gonna go whoosh. That's loud. And I'm gonna pop you guys over here because I'm gonna let that cool for a minute, and then I'm gonna get that lovely fond off the bottom with our cider, and then cook down the cider, and then continue with what the recipe wants me to do. Because having alcoholic cider does make a difference. We get it in blocks, in like butter or whipped in tubs, so you look more whipped, which makes it much easier to spread. Yes. Oh, it's so good. Oh, pause for emotions. I'm sorry. I didn't see that. Right. I think the emotions were overstimulation. Let me open the door for a second. I also get really stressed when I'm oh, it's really cold out here, but like in a nice way. I get really stressed when I'm doing a cooking stream and I have to fry anything. So I think I associate the smell of hot oil with getting really stressed. So now it's like Pavlovian, is that now get stressed if I smell hot oil when I'm cooking. Time check. It is 7:15. Which means I have 2 hours and 15 minutes-ish before I really, really need to be done with the stream. I do not have 2 hours and 15 minutes left of stuff to do, so we're okay. While we're waiting for that pan to cool, I'm going to finish my icing. Do I have a spoon? I do. It's here. I'll just clean it off a bit. But yeah, I've never seen blocks of cream cheese in the UK. It mustn't mean that they're not possible to find. I've just never seen them. I have taken my iron, but I didn't take it until the beginning of stream because I forgot. Somebody reminded me. It might have been sick inside? I don't even remember anymore. Somebody reminded me. No, that's lumpy. Should have used a sieve, and I don't have one. It's clean, because I just used one for the cake. That doesn't surprise me, to be honest. Similar to the tubs of cream cheese you get from Panera Bread, not the block cheese from Kraft. Ah. Oh, the music is still going. Good. Couldn't hear it anymore, but I think it's just because I turned it down a little bit. This is so liquidy. Is it too hot? Probably too hot. It's getting quite warm in this room. Right. Taking out the stew I made the other day because there's not enough space. Okay. What do you get from Nando's? Pyrenees. Panera Bread is a bagel and soup restaurant in the USA. Thank you. I knew it was a restaurant, but I didn't know what they served. Okay, right. Let's get the camera back on the hob. And let's get some apple cider in. So the recipe initially only calls for a cup because I'm halving it, but I'm gonna cook it down a bit, so I might do more than that. And we're going to use that to get the fond off the bottom. like you would if you were using, like, wine or something in a sauce. Same idea. Get all that stuff off the bottom. And I've put the heat really low, so it's a bit less intense. And I've got the potatoes heating up, but they're not actually on the boil yet. Yeah, we had a really long discussion at the beginning of stream because I suddenly realized I had bought UK cider, not American cider, and the recipe wanted me to buy, like, cloudy apple juice. But I don't think it'll be too bad, because we'll just heat it through a little bit so the alcohol cooks off and stops it being carbonated, because that's the other thing that's going to be weird. And then we can add the rest of the stuff for the sauce, which is... Okay, you're... Like, I love you, chat, but I'm sorry, the camera is in the way. I'm going to have to move you. Apple cider. Oh no, this is apple cider, not apple cider vinegar in the recipe. I love apple cider vinegar. I wouldn't drink it though. But this is what I bought. See? Apple cider. It's alcoholic. It's 4.5%. I'm gonna leave this icing sugar out in case I need it. I think everything I need to weigh is done, so I can put that away. Ha ha ha. And I'm gonna get out the other stuff. So I think I need butter. Let's have a look. Apple cider, butter, mustard, brown sugar, and soy sauce. I only really have a tiny bit of light soy sauce left. I'm going to use that, and if I need more, I've got dark soy sauce I can grab. So I'm going to get butter, mustard, brown sugar is still out. It's just the butter and the mustard. For the record, it's Dijon mustard is what I have, but I don't like mustard, so I'm not going to put in very much. But I think it will need it. Right, the heat is on quite low on this. Have you ever made something from a non-English translated recipe? Yes, actually. There's a recipe I use for dorayaki, so like the custard-filled Japanese pancakes. And that's, I think, translated from, well, it's originally Japanese and I use Google Translate, but I've never read a recipe in another language because I don't speak any other languages well enough. There's an ad for cider right above the word apple cider sauce. That's quite funny. How much butter do I need? A tablespoon. Well, I'm going to say that that's enough. Because that's what I have in this. Oh, that's the potatoes starting to... Well, that's probably way too much mustard. Oh well. Hopefully it'll cook down and it won't taste that bad. I think crepes are French, but they're better than pancakes. Yes, crepes are great. Let's put that in the dishwasher. Because I'm not going to be adding any more mustard, am I? I think that those potatoes are going to be done too quickly. We'll just reheat the mash if we have to. One tablespoon of brown sugar, again halving it. So, ooh, something went crunch under my foot. This mustard is very not coming together nicely, but I guess once it heats through, it'll melt a bit. See, this is I'm measuring with my heart because it's not baking. And a little bit of soy sauce. I shouldn't be wiping my hands on my dungarees. I'm used to wearing an apron, so... Yes, baking is precise. Cooking, you measure with your heart. Right, I'm gonna let that kind of do its thing. Turn up a little bit. And once it's all mixed together, we will taste it, because obviously I am using alcoholic cider, so it's going to taste very different. It might need more sugar. But I really can't do anything right now, because I've got to wait for this. Let me just read through the recipe, make sure I know what to do next. I'm making the sauce until it's simmering it until it forms a smooth texture. Remove from the heat, and then put the chicken back in. Oh, I see. So I basically put everything in and then put it in the oven. What units was the Japanese recipe in? I can't remember. I think it was grams. It was a long time ago. I can't remember off the top of my head. I think I definitely made dorayaki from a Japanese recipe, but I don't remember. Oh, well, that's the thing, Crystal. It's the recipe calls for apple cider, not apple cider vinegar. So it's like apple juice, I think? Like, what I looked up, it seemed to say that it was going to be like apple juice. Which is sweeter than alcoholic apple cider. I'm going to taste it now, but knowing that the mustard hasn't dissolved properly. See what we need. Ooh! That's really nice! That's really lovely. It's a bit thin, though. And I'm a little worried it won't cook everything before it burns off. No, I think the recipe makes a point of saying it doesn't mean vinegar. Which is good, because I probably automatically read it as vinegar, and I would have got vinegar. I mean, I have vinegar, but I would have, like, got it out. This is actually quite good. I thought it would need more adjusting, but I think it's fine. I might need to make more of it in general, I think. A bit flat. It's gonna sound really silly, but I can't really taste it properly with my brace in. I think it's because the I push the like liquid to the top of my mouth, and when I do that, it just goes through the brace and disappears, so I can't actually hold it against my tongue. Where is it on the deadly to Joe scale? Nowhere. There's nothing deadly to Joe in here. Also, there's nothing deadly to Joe. He doesn't die. He just gets very ill. Well, before you make a joke, poison is obviously deadly to Joe, but you know what I mean. There's no, like, food stuff that's gonna kill him, unless it would kill everyone else. The mustard is quite nice in that, but I feel like it needs something. I mean, I can check that once it's cooked. I don't have to tweak it now. I'm a little concerned that there's not going to be enough liquid in here. I think I'm supposed to cook it uncovered. Yeah, it doesn't say that I'm supposed to put a lid on it, so I'm gonna put everything in again. I'm gonna do the same amount again. And I realize it's now gonna have to cook down a bit because it's alcoholic again. I think maybe it needed more butter. I didn't put in as much butter as it said. I'm gonna put in that. Let it cook down before I add the rest. Ooh! I think my headphone's gonna die. That's okay. It's had a good run. It lasted quite a while. Me. This way. Clean. While that cooks down. When are we putting the carrot cake in? In our mouths? Because it's already cooked. And in fact, it's probably going to have time to cool fully before we ice it, which is very rare on the stream. Normally, we try and ice it while it's still hot and it goes terribly wrong. What was I doing? What was I doing? I was tidying up, but why? What was I trying to do? Make space in the sink because I need to strain the potatoes. There we go. My brain caught up finally. Oh, there we go. My headphone has disconnected. And now you can't hear any music. That shouldn't be the case. Hold on, let me fix that before I do my positive affirmation. There you go. No, you don't. You capture it, the OBS captures it directly from the app. So it shouldn't make a difference whether I have my headphones plugged in. I think it had just reset it and it was confused because the thing was now Spotify was now called Spotify playing blah 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 blah. So it was going, where is the music? No, don't put the mustard in the dishwasher. That's not a good idea. Positive affirmation. Let's have a look. There isn't any salt or pepper being added, so I'm going to do that. I think that might be what it's missing. I have to turn the fan on. There we go. That's a bit more liquid in there. Positive affirmation for you. Thank you for using your points to redeem a positive affirmation. Here it is. I'm going to do this. Whoop. My mistakes help me learn and grow. That's your positive affirmation. You have to say it too. That's how it works. No! No! Maru! Oh, that is 10 minutes, so my potatoes are probably done. They could use a little bit longer. Trying to get you guys a good view, but without, like, burning my camera, because it's quite hot over here. Oh, I forgot to put the music back on. There you go. Sorry. Don't handle the hot handles. Whoa. Ooh, it's quite cream. It's like quite thick and emulsified. Ooh. Ooh, that mustard's actually really nice in that. Hold on. It's still missing something. I think maybe it's pepper. Alright, what I'm gonna do... So once that's done... is I'm gonna take it off the heat and put it on the counter on a little trivet thing, which is bent. That's not good. Because I think I'm getting a bit overstimulated again. I keep feeling like it's so much later than it is because it's dark. But it's quite nice having, doing a cooking stream while Joe's at work, because it means I'm not... Well, and he's working late. It means I'm not, like, stressing about when he's going to be home. And then I have to have food ready. Well, I don't have to have food ready, but, you know, like, he's going to want to come into the kitchen and have something to eat, and I've got to, like, react to that. Okay, I think I'm happy with this. It's simmering, which is what it's supposed to do, but you can see really obviously, maybe the camera doesn't pick it up great, but you can see really obviously here is where it actually, the hob actually heats up, because it's bubbling here and it's not bubbling nearly as viciously on any other side. And the hob goes all the way around this bit here where the bubbles are moving. Yeah, I'm gonna say that's done. Well, it's not done, but for now, it is at a stopping point. So I'm gonna move it out of the way, off the hob, so it's not actively bubbling. Sure to keep the... Yeah, potatoes are done. Good timing. Okay. So, here is the sauce. What we are to do with this is put the chicken back in it. And then, oh, and then we have to mix the apple slices and the squash in olive oil as well. Oh my god, I'm just running out of bowls here. I forgot about that bit. Right. Sauce looks good. Ooh. I think that must be like the chicken fat that was left in the pan. It was like a slightly strange aftertaste, but I think it's just the chicken fat. I think it needs more salt. Okay, I will tweak it once it's cooked in the oven, because we're going to need to add everything to it. So let's put the crispy sides up. Whichever side is the crispier side, I'll put up so it doesn't lose its crispiness. That one's not crispy in any of its sides, so that one just goes in. one. And that one looked good. That's my favorite one. And then mix in the resting liquid. And I'm going to get this out of the way so I can mix up the other stuff. There's too much going on, and I'm getting too hot. I'm going to generously give some of this heat to the rest of the flat because it is freezing in the rest of the flat. So there. Oh, that's cooling me down already. My goodness. Right. So I'm glad I have a dishwasher. Butternut squash, apples, thyme, and olive oil. Didn't actually see how much thyme I needed. Fresh thyme, 1 tablespoon. I bought, because it's the only thing that had thyme in it, I bought a seasoning, well, what's it called? Seasonal roasting mix, which has thyme and sage and rosemary. But hopefully I can use the rest of this stuff before it goes off. It's all fresh. Well, that's rosemary. There we go. Yeah, that's the thyme. Whoa, I've stuck that up my nose. Wait, is that thyme or is that rosemary? Oh no, I'm getting mixed up now. No, that's rosemary. This is obviously thyme. We're good. Only parsley. I actually have fresh parsley in my fridge, so I have all of them. Parsley, sage, rosemary, and oh, I've put the pan that I'm trying to not be hot on the hob where the potatoes were boiling. That was silly of me. Oh, speaking of, I need to make the mash. Right. I'm gonna some thyme in this bowl. Can you put thyme in a teaspoon? I've definitely got a few sticks in there. So there was thyme in the chicken yet last week, which was it was a bit weird, honestly. Say, I've bottled thyme. I'll be rich. They only put a tablespoon, so doesn't seem like very much. Butternut squash, thyme, and olive oil. There was no salt, was there? No. Okay. So this seems a bit silly, but I'm getting out a cup to measure the butternut squash because it says I need a cup of it. I put the oven back on way too early. Okay. I think I need some more oil, I'm not gonna lie. I guess it's just to get the thyme to stick to them because they're going in the same pan, so you don't really want it to be too oily. But yeah, we're almost done with this bit. Then we can work on the next bit. Kind of how it works usually, isn't it? There we go. Apples, thyme, and butternut squash. Ooh, almost ran the tap over the mashed potatoes. That would have been very nice. Then I think we need to take a second. In a second, once this is in the oven, I will take a minute to breathe because I'm going very fast because I don't want things to get too cold. Spread it around the chicken. Put the whole thing in for 20 minutes until it's golden brown, and safe to eat. I've got to pour these in around. This is so strange. This is bizarre. Look at this. Yeah, there's so much of it. Imagine if I hadn't halved the recipe. It looks so silly. Okay. All right, what we're going to do is I'm going to put this in 20 minutes. Okay. That's in the oven. Breathe. Give me a second to just relax. Tidy up a smidgen. I'll first put a timer on. Okay, timer's on. Hello. Thank you for waiting while I tidied a bit. So, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put the cabbage in this pan and put it on the heat. And that's pretty much it. I'm going to maybe put some flavorings in it, but I just want to cook it. Don't really care about making it a super fancy thing. And we're going to make mashed potato, and I'm going to do it now. Because I don't want it to sit in the potatoes to get like a skin on them while they cool. So we're going to do it right now. And then I'll reheat it when it comes time to serving, because it's going to be cold by the time everything else is done. I shouldn't have done that. That's not a clean pan. Oh, hydrate yourself. I didn't do it when it came up in the chat. That's quite a lot of butter, but I want to make it quite buttery. Go for it. Go wild. Get the milk. Then, once both of those are started, we will finish the icing. I'm not going to make this cake look pretty. Well, a little bit, but I'm not fussed about making it gorgeous for the end of stream. I just want to... I was eating some of the cake while I was tidying. The other one I made. And it's very nice. This should be good to fruit. I should be this should be good to soak up all the sauce. That's the idea anyway. Okay, I think that should be mashed enough. I don't know what you mean, Maru. I never said any such thing. That quote is a lie. How's it taste? Ooh, very buttery. Lovely. Ooh. That's good. It's good mash. Oh, thank God. I thought I heard something burning. It's just this pan heating up. Maybe want some. I don't really want to put more butter. I'll put a tiny bit of oil on this cabbage. Are quotes the Holy Scripture? Questioned. It's all to play for, buddy. Ooh, God. Don't trust anything. Just to cook that down. Just sweat that down a bit. I really want to just eat all of this mash. I'm clearly very hungry. But I shan't. I may have a spoonful, but I may not have all of it. This is how you get the mash, by the way, out of the out of the masher. Don't waste any of it. Those in chat who are going to be celebrating Christmas, what are you doing? Are you doing potatoes? And if so, what type of potatoes? I think the internet told me not to trust the internet. It's true, you shouldn't. I was about to say all it takes is one bad egg. And then I was just like, that's just going to become a snags thing. One bag snag. I think I'm going to need to start including the cost of the oven being on in part of my streaming costs. Now that prices have gone through the roof. Because I've had the oven on for quite a lot of the stream. I'm going to have to tell my coworker that I made it. I don't think he's actually in tomorrow. But he said he'd come in to get it. This is a really good mash. I think it's the potatoes that I used. They're really nice. Right. Stop eating it. Stop eating it. Keeping an eye on that cabbage. Let's have a look. Ooh, that's better. Cream cheese icing is solidified a little bit. Where's my spoon? There it is. Still pretty, Ooh, what's that smell? Oh, that's not the stuff in the oven. Oh no, that looks good. Oh, it's the apples. The apples are starting to burn. I guess I didn't put enough oil on them. How do I fix that? There. Push them under the surface. Oh my god, 23 days away. I am very behind on my Christmas shopping. Alright, what can I put in this cabbage? It's starting to... You know what? Cider. Wonderful. That'll cook through. That'll be nice. Bish bash bosh. Done. I think I need to keep this cooling a bit longer because it's still really runny. And I've used a lot of icing sugar. offerings. You cannot tribute. I mean, I guess the donate the tip button is a tribute, but hello, welcome back. God, that mash is good. Am I just really hungry, or did I make really good mash? I like to think it's the latter. Need more sugar. I added so much. I've added like half the box at this point. Okay. It does look like very thin icing. I'm gonna let it cool down again, because I think it might just be too hot. Still. Hey, he didn't actually... Yeah, it's in there, don't worry. He didn't actually specify that it had to be an iced carrot cake. Oh, this looks good. Look at this. Look at this carrot cake. This is the other one that isn't going to my coworker. Like, that looks really good. Oh. I'm just cooking a bit of cabbage. So we have something else that isn't just butternut squash. We've got mash. And I think once the stuff in the oven is done, in 20 minutes-ish. Oh, I should put this back in. There we go. Once that's done, we'll be done. I might not be able to ice the carrot cake on stream, but I'm gonna try. This is so good. It's a good recipe. I'm gonna take it out the way because I need to leave some for Joe. Right, is there anything else I can put away for now? Not really. Oh, I guess the herbs. Ooh, my rosemary. I'm gonna try and find a use for these over the next few days because I hate when you get fresh herbs. You get so much, and I'm gonna either do that or I'll freeze them all. Freeze. Everybody, clap your hands. I miss seeing the carrot cake. Oh, it's not iced yet. It's just this is it, and it's very soft. It's super soft and yummy, but the icing is still a bit thin, so we haven't iced it yet. And I'm just cooking down my the cabbage. I've not done anything fancy with it. I just wanted to have another vegetable for dinner. And I'm just tidying away all my stuff that I don't need. Oh my god. That did not like that. Thank you. I just picked it like today at random. I literally searched upbeat instrumental and it's giving me gem after gem and I love it and it's making me feel so happy. Oh, so if anyone wants the recipe for this carrot cake, by the way, it's from a book, so I can't send you a link, but I will put it in front of the camera and hope that it lets you read it. Oh, it's a bit liney. It might be a bit tricky. Oh, that's softening up nicely. There you go. Oh, I still need to chop up the ginger as well. Gotta head out to work. Pleasure meeting you, and I'll see you soon. It was lovely to meet you as well. Thank you again so much for the raid and the follow. If you don't already follow, go and do it. Because we're gonna go and, like, bother them later when the next time they do a stream. Have a great day at work. Thank you for coming over. I appreciate it. And trusting me with your chat. Okay, good. They're not burning anymore. Good sign. I love bothering. I know. This icing is so thin. It's really cold, but it's still not getting any thicker. I might not be able to ice the cake today, guys. I might have to do it in the morning before my shift. But at least I can take pictures of it. Let's do that. Let's do that now. Let's take pictures. While we wait. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. It was really jammed in there. This is the other one that I made. That needs to go get washed. But it's a bit flat. It'll look better with icing. But I'm happy with it. Don't really want to cut into it because I kind of want to ice it first, but I'll take pictures either way. Right, I'm going to say that cabbage is done. Can't really do anything until the icing is ready. So we're pretty stuck now. Yeah, I don't think I can use this today. That is incredibly sweet, so I'm not going to add any more sugar to it. Usually gets cut horizontally and then iced between the layers and on top. See, I was going to do just on the top. I'm not sure I have enough to do both. I've seen it. I feel like normally it's, yeah, you're right. It gets it in the middle. But I feel like with this one, I'm just going to do it on the top, like I do with like lemon drizzle. Right, let's fill up this dishwasher a bit more. It's already pretty full. Ugh. You know what? I don't mind that cream cheese icing. It's okay. Normally I think it's like too much. Between the layers will help prevent the icing from going everywhere. That's true. How long do we have left? Where's my... Oh. I forgot I took my phone out to take pictures. I was like, where have I put it? We have 23 seconds left. So I don't really have time to do anything else. So it's time to take it out the oven, the chicken, I mean, and get a final look at it. And hope that it's done. Especially if the icing is thin, putting it between the layers and putting some fruit on top has worked best for me. 2, 1, beep, 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 beep. Because it's not making a noise, so I'll do it for it. You ready? Whoa! That smells wonderful. I like how the camera has white balanced it, so it's now more orange. Well, let's take a picture of it like this before we do anything else. Multiple pictures. I need options for Instagram after all. I'm also going to plate it. I hope so. I hope it's as nice as it looks. It smells really interesting. Like, I don't immediately smell it and go, wow, it smells good, but it smells like interesting. But not like in a bad way, because you know how some people say like interesting when they mean weird? I think it's going to taste lovely. Okay, I think that's probably all the pictures I can take. Whoa, what is happening to my stream? Stop that stream. Come back. Thank you. So, pop it here. And let's plate up. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to ice the cake tonight, but I will take pictures. And I will put them on Instagram and in Discord and on Twitter. As long as I remember. Once I've plated it. Once I've iced it. I'm trying to get a plate out. It's not going very well. There we go. That was a lot of effort. Right. This mash looks very dry. It doesn't taste it, but it looks it. So I hope I can make it look nice on the plate. It's plating time! Now, oh, I know what to do. These fingers, I'm gonna eat it anyway, and my hands are clean, so. I added milk and butter. But I just really didn't add enough milk. But it tastes lovely, and it's a nice texture to eat. It's just a bit... It looks a bit crumbly. Here's the idea. Mash all over my hands. I'm not going to put the cabbage on the plate, because I'm doing a plate for the internet. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put some chicken on it. The nicest looking chicken I have. This way up. I'm going to hope to God this is cooked, because I haven't actually checked, and my meat thermometer doesn't work. And then I'm going to... Now, do I put this on the top? I have sauce I can drizzle on it, like this. And that looks really nice. But where do I put the vegetables? Should I put them, like, around? I don't really know how to make it not look weird. So that's what it looks like. Like... See, it just looks like a mess. Ow. Hot. You think if I've been doing this for enough years that I've learned how to plate things nicely. Oh, me every time a photo is ever taken of me, Maru? Is that what you mean? I never know how to pose for a photo without, like, pulling a silly face. They're like, no, like, smile. And I'm like, eh. I put veggie on the potatoes because of the sauce and the chicken on the side. We can still do that. Hoo hoo hoo. Okay. That looks better. Hold on, let me move you guys so you can see it better. There we go. That's what we're gonna do. And I'm gonna put more sauce around the outside. Around the outside, around the outside. So it looks like it's singing a little mountain of sauce. But it looks intentional, rather than like super messy. That looks good. Right. Oh, I don't have any kitchen paper. Oh, I do. I have a tiny bit of kitchen paper I can use to clean it up. Chicken's in a silly, goofy mood. No, I'm happy with that. Though, I want to put a herb on it. I want to put something on the top. I could put thyme, because there's a little bit of thyme in the recipe. It almost looks silly having that tiny bit of thyme on it. Right, let me, I'm gonna take the thyme off, take some pictures, and then I'll put it back on and take some more. Twitch is telling me that it's a good idea to remind you guys to follow, so you can catch the next stream. Do you know it started doing that? It started sending me, putting things in chats just for me to see, that say, now would be a good time for you to remind your chat to follow. So yeah, if you don't already follow, why not drop me a follow? And then you'll be able to see the next time I'm doing a cooking stream. Which will probably be on a Thursday, because that's when I have my miscellaneous day. I feel like I've got enough angles, but it's quite hard to tell. I think I'm happy with that. Now, Instagram does love a good close-up, so... Go away, Snapchat. Not even my friends on Snapchat, it's Team Snapchat. Right. Shall we tuck in? I've got cabbage to go with it. But I'll have that. Not now. I'll have that off camera. What do we think? What do we think, chat? Oh, let me take a clip of the finished dish. That's it done. I need to try and remember to, like, post about, like, on TikTok about food, because I barely ever do food stuff on TikTok. I just do gaming. Right. Let's have some. I really hope, really hope that it's cooked in the middle. Let's take him off. Give it a slice off the top of the mountain so it's a bit easier. Oh yeah. Oh, it's overcooked. Definitely overcooked. But oh well, it's better overcooked than undercooked, in my opinion. It's not that bad actually. It's not too dry. I thought it was gonna be drier than that. I'm taking my brace out. Hold on. Sadly, you won't get a Joe reaction because he's not gonna be for a while yet. So you're just gonna have to deal with my reaction only. Alright, chat. Oh! Oh, that is gorgeous! That sauce is so good. Mmm. That was a good reaction. I know, mine's broken. The mash is cold, but it's still nice. Let's get some of that apple and butternut in there. You know what? That works. I'm not super keen on the apples being in it. Like, as slices. I would have preferred it in, like, as part of the sauce. Like, I don't know, blended up or an apple sauce or something. But this is lovely. I mean, put some cabbage on. Just to be clear, so everyone's in the same book, the cabbage was not part of the recipe. That's just because I wanted to add something. I just want to see if it goes with the cabbage. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. I didn't do much to the cabbage, so I'm not, like, fussed that it doesn't taste of much. Other than cabbage. Oh, here we go. Put the music back on. Oh. Okay, I take it back. It's not overcooked. It's not dry. It's lovely. Mmm. I think it actually would have been... I don't think I would have enjoyed it as much if it had been chicken with skin on. Getting this little crispy guy, because I've been eyeing him up since I cooked him. Little fella. Little crispy lad. I think if it had skin on, I wouldn't have liked it as much, especially if it was a chicken thigh, because it would have been really greasy. Well, really fatty. Oh, so good. Mmm. Okay, it does need the sauce though. It's dry. Well, the little piece was dry enough that I needed the sauce. Oh my god. Ugh, this is lovely. Mmm. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna sit and eat this. I'm so hungry. So let's do a wrap up. Oh, that is absolutely lovely. The recipe is currently pinned in chat, so you should be able to see it already. And it is from a... Wait, did I say what blog it was from this time? Ahead of Time. Yeah, so it's from the blog Ahead of Time, spelt time like the herb, .com. And it's lovely. It's called Apple Cider. It's actually, what did they phrase it as? What's the title? Apple cider chicken with butternut squash. Let's see. Okay, so in terms of changes, I don't really taste the thyme on any of it, so I'm not really sure if that was necessary. I don't like the apple slices in it. I feel like they're weird because obviously they're very smushy. At the end, they've kind of become like a smush. But they've still got the skins on, so it's like a smush with a skin. But I would prefer it was mixed in with the sauce rather than sliced and put in with the butternut, because I don't think it works like that. But I think this was really good. If it was under the sauce, it would have the same result. But also, it's not cheese. Despite using the wrong ingredients, I really liked how this turned out. So sorry, my mic pack was getting in the way. So I doubled the sauce because I was worried it was going to burn in the oven. And I used it's not goated with the sauce, whatever that means. And I used alcoholic cider, but I think it tastes fine, honestly. All I needed to add was a little bit of salt and pepper. It's not a sauce I would ever make myself, like, without a recipe, because it's a really interesting flavor, but it's a lovely flavor. I would definitely recommend making this. I think that's everything. Obviously, we also made the carrot cake, which is absolutely gorgeous, which is from that book over there, the Baking Bible. It's really soft. Should we go? I'm gonna go check on the icing, and see if that's doing anything, or if I'm gonna have to wait till the morning. Yeah, it's still really runny, so I'm gonna leave that till the morning because I can ice it before work or after stream. But I'll go and get the cake that I made for me, so you can see at least what it looks like inside. Things like this. It's real soft. Mm. Get this out. But like I said, I'll post pictures to social media. Probably Twitter first, but I'll try and post everywhere. Yeah, I don't think there's much else to talk about. I think I've discussed everything. I was wrong to crop the camera the way I did, because now I'm behind the other camera. Let's put that on. There we go. So yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap up the stream. I'm gonna go and have my dinner, and then I'll pack everything away. I mean, I could sit here and eat, but I'm just gonna be like chewing in your ears, so I don't think you'll enjoy that. But thank you so much for being here. Let's find someone to go and say hello to. Someone who is probably cooking. Doesn't have to be, but that's who I'm gonna look for first. Oh, I'll put my brace back in. What? Almost dropped it. Satisfying click when it goes in. Ooh, Claire's live again. We went to Claire last time. Support chewing ASMR as a fan house exclusive. It is not. Oh, I don't think... Oh no, Claire's not cooking. It's okay. It's not... It doesn't have to be someone who's cooking. I just like to send it to the similar vibe. I'm gonna move my camera. There's a reason it was all the way over here like it was. Who is cooking? See, I've noticed that on Twitch they've added the tags, like, when you type a tag it suggests them to you, but it's got everyone's different versions of the tag, so like with different capitalization. And I just think they're trying, but they're not quite getting to what people are actually asking for. Okay, there's no one I want to go and see cooking. someone in particular I want to go say hi to. I'm gonna say hi to Jambo. We love Jambo. Jambo is very positive. We like Jambo. We're gonna go say hi to Jambo. Okay. Can I say Jambo any more times? But yeah, I think that's everything I have to say. Ooh. Yeah. There's all my links. Thank you so much to Luco, Samio, Kirsty, Hey People Guys, Sketchy, Ego, Maru, Valmit, Dragon, and Show for supporting me on Fanhouse, Patreon, or Ko-fi. And thank you so much. Oh my goodness, there's so many follows. Thank you so much to Maso, Super Saiyan, Cooking Class Poor, Jules, Crystal, Doftoff, and Logirod for the follows, the bits from Danny, and the subs, which I swear must be there, but I can't see them because they're overlaying. Oh, it was Luco, Pabsy, and Tony. Thank you so much for those resubs. And thank you as well to Doff and Jules, I think that must be your name, for the subs. Not the subs, the raids as well. Thank you everyone so much for being here. I'm not going to be streaming until Tuesday because I don't stream on Fridays or the weekend anymore. So I hope that you have a good rest of your night. I feel weird going, but I feel like we've sat and chatted for a while. The food was good. I'm going to go and eat the rest of the food. Not all of it. I need to leave some for Joe at least. It's going to be on Tuesday, innit? It is going to be on Tuesday. We're going to be playing Sherlock Holmes again. If you would like to watch that, I would recommend going to my YouTube and catching up with what's been happening so far, because I have been recording it for YouTube. My goal on Monday is I'm going to try and update my everything so it's at 1080p. So I can record at 1080p, but I don't know if my computer will allow that, so it might have a bit of a hissy fit. But we're going to try. We're going to try. Yeah. So yeah, today we made carrot cake and this gorgeous chickeny thing that's kind of a mess now because I've been eating it. And I hope you had a good time. I hope you enjoyed the stream today. We made some new friends. We made some new cooking streamer friends. And that was lovely. And now we're going to go and see Jambo, who is currently in just chatting. I don't know what her plans are for... Actually, I can check. Because it'll say on Twitter probably what she's planning to stream today. Oh, it doesn't say. Just that she is live. But that's okay. I'm sure she's just gonna chat or something. It is for mature audiences, so bear that in mind. And remember, we're gonna be nice and kind, because that's what we do, so don't be mean. And I'm gonna put it on in the background. So yeah, I'm knackered, so I'm gonna go, even though I want to keep streaming, I'm gonna go so I can eat my food and have a little bit of a rest before I have to tidy up, because I have work tomorrow. I love your faces. Please stay safe out there. Remember to wear a mask, wash your hands, take your medication, drink some water, eat some food, and most importantly, remember to be kind to others and to yourself. And I hope you have something delicious for dinner if you haven't had it yet. I'm gonna go now because it is 8 o'clock. I am sleepy. I've been live for almost 5 hours. And I will see you guys on Tuesday. Bye-bye.